Vasudevaya Namaha. Chapter 1. Observing the armies on the battlefield of Kurukshetra. Dhritarashtra Uvacha Dharmakshetre Kurukshetre Samaveta Yuyusava Mamakaha Pandavaschaiva Kima Kurvata Sanjaya. Dhritarashtra said, O Sanjay, after my sons and the sons of Pandu assembled in the place of pilgrimage at Kurukshetra, desiring to fight, what did they do? Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namaha. Text 2. Sanjay Uvach Drushtva tu Pandavanikam Vyudham Duryodhanstada Acharyamupasangamya Raja Vachanam Bravita. Sanjay said, O king, after looking over the army arranged in military formation by the sons of Pandu, King Duryodhan went to his teacher and spoke the following words. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namaha. Text 3. Pashyetam Panduputranam Acharya Mahatim Chamam Vyudham Drupada Putrena Tava Shishyena Dhimata. O my teacher, behold the great army of the sons of Pandu, so expertly arranged by your intelligent disciple, the son of Drupada. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namaha. Text 4. Atra Sura Maheshvasa Bhimarjuna Samayudhi Yuyudhano Viratascha Drupadascha Maharatha. Here in this army are many heroic bowmen equal in fighting to Bhima and Arjuna. Great fighters like Yuyudhana, Virat and Drupad. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namaha. Drishtaketuschekitanaha Kashirajascha Viryavan Purujit Kunti Bhojascha Saibhyascha Narapungava. There are also great heroic powerful fighters like Drishtaketu, Chekitan, Kashiraj, Purujit, Kunti Bhoj and Shaibhya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namaha. Yudhamanyuscha Vikranta Uttamaujascha Viryavan Saubhadra Draupadeyascha Sarva Eva Maharatha. There are the mighty Yudhamanyu, the very powerful Uttamauja, the son of Subhadra and the sons of Draupadi. All these warriors are great chariot fighters. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namaha. Asmakam tu Vishishtaye Tani Bodha Dvijottama Nayaka Mama Sainyasya Sangyartham Tan Bravimite. But for your information, O best of the Brahmanas, let me tell you about the captains who are especially qualified to lead my military force. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namaha. Bhavan Bhismascha Karnascha Krapascha Samitinjaya Asvathama Vikarnascha Somadattiha tatheva cha. There are personalities like you, Bhishma, Karna, Kripa, Ashwathama, Vikarna, and the son of Somadatta called Bhurishrava, who are always victorious in battle. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namaha. Anye cha bhavaha shura madarte tyakta jivitaha nana sastra praharnaha sarve yuddha visharadaha. There are many other heroes who are prepared to lay down their lives for my sake. All of them are well equipped with different kinds of weapons and all are experienced in military science. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namaha. Aparyaptam tadasmakam balam bhishmabhirakshitam paryaptam tvidametesham balam bhimabhirakshitam. Our strength is immeasurable and we are perfectly protected by grandfather Bhishma, whereas the strength of the Pandavas, carefully protected by Bhima, is limited. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namaha. Ayaneshu cha sarvesu yatha bhagam avasthitaha bhishmameva bhirakshantu bhavantaha sarva eva hi. All of you must now give full support to grandfather Bhishma as you stand at your respective strategic points of entrance into the phalanx of the army. Tasya Sanjay Nayan Harsham Kuru Vradha Pitamaha Sinhanadam Vinadyoche Sankham Tadmo Pratapavan. Then Bhishma, the great valiant grandsire of the Kuru dynasty, the grandfather of the fighters, blew his conch shell very loudly, making a sound like the roar of a lion, giving Duryodhan joy. Tataha sankhascha bhairyascha panvanaka gomukha saha saivapya hanyanta sa sabdastu mulo bhavata. After that, the conch shells, drums, bugles, trumpets and horns were all suddenly sounded and the combined sound was tumultuous. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namaha. Tataha Swaiter Hayer Yukte Mahati Shandane Sthito Madhava Pandavaschaiva Divyo Sankho Pradhamnatu. On the other side, both Lord Krishna and Arjuna, stationed on a great chariot drawn by white horses, sounded their transcendental conch shells. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namaha. Panchajanyam Rishikesho Devadattam Dhananjaya Pandram Tadmo Mahashankham Bhimakarma Vrakodara. Lord Krishna blew his conch shell called Panchajanya. Arjuna blew his the Devadatta, and Bhima, the voracious eater and performer of Herculean tasks, blew his terrific conch shell called Pandra. वासुदेवाय नमः। अनंत विजयं राजा कुन्तीपुत्रो युधिष्ठिरः नकुलः सहदेवश्च सुघोषमणिपुष्पकौ कायश्च परमेश्वासः शिखण्डी च महारथः धृष्टद्युम्नो विराटश्च सात्यकीश्च पराजितः द्रुपदो द्रौपदेयाश्च सर्वसः पृथ्वीपते सौभद्रश्च महाबाहु शङ्खान् दद्मो पृथक् पृथक्। ॐ नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय नमः। King Yudhishthir, the son of Kunti, believed his counsel, the Ananta Vijaya, and Nakula and Sahadev believed the Sughosh and Mani Pushpaka. That great archer, the king of Kashi, the great fighter Shikhandi, Drushtadhamna, Virata, the unconquerable Satyaki, Drupada, the son of Draupadi, and the others. O king, such as the mighty armed son of Subhadra, all believe their respective counsels. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namaha. Saghosho Dhartarashtranam Hridayani Vyadarayat Nabhascha Prithvim Chaiva Tumulobhyanunadayan. The blowing of these different counsels became uproarious, vibrating both in the sky and on the earth. It shattered the hearts of the sons of Dhritarashtra. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namaha. Atha vyavasthitan drishtva Dhartarashtraन् Kapidvaja Pravratte Shastra Sampate Dhanurudyamya Pandavaha Rishikesham Tada Vakyam Idmaha Mahipate. At that time, Arjuna, the son of Pandu, seated in the chariot bearing the flag marked with Hanuman, took up his bow and prepared to shoot his arrows. O king, after looking at the sons of Dhritarashtra drawn in military array, Arjuna then spoke to Lord Krishna these words. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namaha. Arjun Uvach Senayorubhayormadhye Ratham Sthapya Mechuta Yavadetana Niriksheham Yodhu Kamanavasthitan Kermya Saha Yodhavyam Asmin Rana Samudyame. Arjun said, O infallible one, please draw my chariot between the two armies so that I may see those present here who desire to fight and with whom I must contend in this great trial of arms. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namaha. Yotsyamanana veksheham ya etetra samagataha Dhartarashtrasya durbuddher yuddhe priya chikirsava. Let me see those who have come here to fight, wishing to please the evil-minded son of Dhritarashtra. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namaha. Sanjay Uvach ऋषिकेशो गुडाकेशेन भारत सेनयोरुभयोर्मध्ये स्थापयित्वा रथोत्तमम्. Sanjay said, O descendant of Bharata, having thus been addressed by Arjuna, Lord Krishna drew up the fine chariot in the midst of the armies of both parties. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namaha. भीष्मद्रोण प्रमुक्तः सर्वेषां च महिक्षितान् उवाच पार्थ पश्येतान् समवेतान् कुरुनिति. In the presence of Bhishma, Drona and all the other chieftains of the world, the Lord said, just behold Partha, all the Kurus assembled here. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namaha. Tatra pashyat sthitan Partha Pitronath Pitamahan Acharyan Matulan Bhratram Putran Putran Sakhim Satha Sasuran Suradascheva Senayorubhayorapi. There Arjuna could see within the midst of the armies of both parties his fathers, grandfathers, teachers, maternal uncles, brothers, sons, grandsons, friends, and also his fathers-in-law and well-wishers. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namaha. Tana samikshya sa kaunteya sarvan bandhon avasthitan krupya paryavishto visidannidam abravit. When the son of Kunti, Arjuna, saw all these different grades of friends and relatives, he became overwhelmed with compassion and spoke thus. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namaha. Arjun uvac drushtvaimam swajanam Krishna yuyusum samupasthitam sidanti mama gatrani mukham cha parishusyati. Arjuna said, my dear Krishna, seeing my friends and relatives present before me in such a fighting spirit, I feel the limbs of my body curing and my mouth drying up. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namaha. Vepathoscha sarire me romaharsascha jayate gandivam samsrate hastakcheva paridharyate. My whole body is trembling, my hair is standing on end, my bow gandiva is slipping from my hand, and my skin is burning. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namaha. Nacha sakromya vasthatum Brahmativa cha me manaha nimittani cha pashyami viparitani keshava. I am now unable to stand here any longer. I am forgetting myself and my mind is reeling. I see only causes of misfortune, O Krishna, killer of the Kesi demon. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namaha. Na cha shreyonupashyami hatva swajanmahave. न कांक्षे विजयं कृष्ण न च राज्यं सुखानि च. I do not see how any good can come from killing my own kinsmen in this battle, nor can I, my dear Krishna, desire any subsequent victory, kingdom or happiness. किं नो राज्येन गोविन्द किं भोगैर्जीवितेन वा येषामर्थे काङ्क्षितं न राज्यं भोगः सुखानि च त इमे अवस्थिता युद्धे प्राणास्त्यक्त्वा धनानि च आचार्यः पितरः पुत्रास्तथैव च पितामहः मातुलः स्वसुरः पौत्रः शालः सम्बन्धिनस्तथा एतान् न हन्तुमिच्छामि घ्रतोऽपि मधुसूदन अपि त्रैलोक्यराज्यस्य हेतुः किं नो मही कृते निहत्य धार्तराष्ट्रन्नः का प्रीतिः स्यात् जनार्दन. O Govinda, of what avail to us are a kingdom, happiness, or even life itself, when all those for whom we may desire them are now arrayed on this battlefield? O Madhusudana, when teachers, fathers, sons, grandfathers, maternal uncles, fathers-in-law, grandsons, brothers-in-law, and other relatives are ready to give up their lives and properties and are standing before me, why should I wish to kill them, even though they might otherwise kill me? O maintainer of all living entities, I am not prepared to fight with them even in exchange for the three worlds, let alone this earth. What pleasure will we derive from killing the sons of Dhritarashtra? Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namaha. Papamevāśrayedasmān hatvetānātatājinah tasmannarhā vayam hantum dhārtarāṣṭān sabandhavān svajanam hi katham hatva sukhinah śyam madhava. Sin will overcome us if we slay such aggressors. Therefore, it is not proper for us to kill the sons of Dhritarashtra and our friends. What should we gain, O Krishna, husband of the goddess of fortune, and how should we be happy by killing our own kinsmen? Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namaha. Yadyapyetena pashyanti lobhopahat chetasah kulakshaya kritam dosham mitradohe cha patakam katham nashayam smabhi papat smana nivartitum kulakshaya kritam dosham prapashyabdhir janardana. O Janardana, although these men, their hearts overtaken by greed, see no fault in killing one's family or quarreling with friends, why should we, who can see the crime in destroying a family, engage in these acts of sin? Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namaha. Kulakshaye pranashyanti कुलधर्मः सनातनः धर्मे नष्टे कुलं कृष्णम् अधर्मोऽभिभवत्युत. With the destruction of the dynasty, the eternal family tradition is vanquished, and thus the rest of the family becomes involved in irreligion. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namaha. अधर्माभिभवत् कृष्ण प्रदुषन्ति कुलस्त्रियः स्त्रीषु दुष्टासु वार्ष्णेय जायते वर्णशङ्करः. When irreligion is prominent in the family, O Krishna, the women of the family become polluted, and from the degradation of womanhood, O descendant of Varshni, comes unwanted progeny. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namaha. Sankaro Narkayeva Kulagranam Kulasya Cha Patanti Pitaro Yesham Lupta Pindodaka Kriya. And increase of unwanted population certainly causes hellish life both for the family and for those who destroy the family tradition. The ancestors of such corrupt families fall down because the performances for offering them food and water are entirely stopped. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namaha. दौ से रहते हैं कुलघ्राणाम वर्ण शंकर कारके उत्साद्यन्ते जाति धर्मः कुल धर्माश्च शाश्वतः. By the evil deeds of those who destroy the family tradition and thus give rise to unwanted children, all kinds of community projects and family welfare activities are devastated. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namaha. Utsanna Kul Dharmanam Manushyanam Janardana Narake Niyatam Vaso Bhavatityano Shushuma. O Krishna, maintainer of the people, I have heard by disciplic succession that those whose family tradition are destroyed dwell always in hell. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namaha. Aho bat mahat papam kartum vyasita vayam yadrajya sukhalobhen hantum swajanamudhyataha. Alas, how strange it is that we are preparing to commit greatly sinful acts, driven by the desire to enjoy royal happiness. We are intent on killing our own kinsmen. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namaha. Yadi mama pratikaram astram shastrapanaya dhartarashtra rane hanyah tanme kshemataram bhavet. Better for me if the sons of Dhritarashtra, weapons in hand, were to kill me unarmed and unresisting on the battlefield. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namaha. Sanjay Uvach Evamukta Arjuna Sankhye Rathopastha Upavishat Vishrajya Shasharam Chapam Shoka Sambhigna Manasaha. Sanjay said, Arjuna, having thus spoken on the battlefield, cast aside his bow and arrows and sat down on the chariot, his mind overwhelmed with grief. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namaha. Sanjay Uvac Tam Tatha Krupyavistam Ashrupurna Kulekshanam Visidantamidam Vakyam Uvacha Madhusudana. Sanjay said, seeing Arjuna full of compassion, his mind depressed, his eyes full of tears, Madhusudana, Krishna, spoke the following words. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namaha. Shri Bhagwan Uvac Kutastha Kashmalam Idam Vishame Samupasthitam Anarya Justam Asvargyam Akirtikaram Arjuna. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, my dear Arjuna, how have these impurities come upon you? They are not at all befitting a man who knows the value of life. They lead not to higher planets but to infamy. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namaha. Kaivalyam asmagamaha parthanaitvatupapadyate Chudram hridaya daurbalyam tyaktva parantapa. O son of Pritha, do not yield to this degrading impotence. It does not become you. Give up such petty weakness of heart and arise, O sister of the enemy. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namaha. Arjun Uvac Katham Bhishmamaham Sankhye Dronam Cha Madhusudan Ishubhiha Pratiyosyami Pujar Havarishudana. Arjun said, O killer of enemies, O killer of Madhu, how can I counterattack with arrows in battlement like Bhishma and Drona, who are worthy of my worship? Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namaha. Guru Nahatva hi Mahanubhavan Shreyo Bhoktum Bheksham Pihaloke Hatvartha Kamanstu Guru Niheva Bhunjiya Bhogan Rudhir Pradikhan. It would be better to live in this world by begging than to live at the cost of the lives of great souls who are my teachers. Even though desiring worldly gain, they are superiors. If they are killed, everything we enjoy will be stained with blood. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namaha. Na chaita vidmaha katranna gariyo yavda jayem yadivano jayeyu yanev hatva na jijivishamaha te vasthitaha pramukhe dhartarashtraha. Nor do we know which is better, conquering them or being conquered by them. If we kill the sons of Dhritarashtra, we should not care to live. Yet They are now standing before us on the battlefield. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namaha. Karpanya doso pahat svabhava prakshami tvam dharma sammudha chetah yachreha shanishchitam brohitan me shishyasteham sadhimam tvam prapannam. Now I am confused about my duty and have lost all composure because of miserly weakness. In this condition, I am asking you to tell me for certain what is best for me. Now I am your disciple and a soul surrender unto you. Please instruct me. Nahi pravashyami mamapanudyada yakshoka muchoshan mindriyanam avapya bhuma vasapatnam raddham rajyam suranam apichadhipatyam. I can find no means to drive away this grief which is drying up my senses. I will not be able to dispel it even if I win a prosperous, unrivaled kingdom on earth with sovereignty like the demigods in heaven. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namaha. Sanjay Uvach Evamuktvā Rishikesham Gudakeshah Parantapah Na yosya iti govindam uktva tushnim babhuvaha. Sanjay said, having spoken thus, Arjuna, chasister of enemies, told Krishna, Govinda, I shall not fight, and fell silent. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namaha. Tamuvacha Rishikeshah Prasanneva Bharata Senayorubhayormadhye Vishidantamidam vacha. O descendant of Bharata, at that time Krishna, smiling in the midst of both the armies, spoke the following words to the grief-stricken Arjuna. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namaha. Shri Bhagwan Uvach Asocyanan Vasocastvam Prajna Vadanscha Bhashase Gataso na Gatasonscha Nanu Sochanti Panditaha. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, while speaking learned words, you are mourning for what is not worthy of grief. Those who are wise lament neither for the living nor for the dead. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namaha. Natvevaham jatunasam na tvam neme janadhipaha na chaivar na bhavishyamaha sarve vayamataha param. Never was there a time when I did not exist, nor you, nor all these kings, nor in the future shall any of us cease to be. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namaha. Dehinosmin yatha dehe Kaumaram Yavanam Jara Tatha Dehantar Praptir Dhiraha Tatra Namoyati. As the embodied soul continuously passes in this body from boyhood to youth to old age, The soul similarly passes into another body at death. A sober person is not bewildered by such a change. Matra sparshanstu kaunteya शीतोष्ण सुख दुःखदः आगामपायिनो नित्यः तां स्थितिक्षस्व भारत. O son of Kunti, the non-permanent appearance of happiness and distress and their disappearance in due course are like the appearance and disappearance of winter and summer seasons. They arise from sense perception, O scion of Bharata, and one must learn to tolerate them without being disturbed. Yam hi na vyathayantete purusham purusharshava sama dukha sukham dhiram somra tattvaya kalpate. O best among men, Arjuna, the person who is not disturbed by happiness and distress and is steady in both is certainly eligible for liberation. Na sato vidyate bhavo na bhavo vidyate satah ubhayorapi drashtantah tvanayoha tattvadarshibhi. Those who are seers of the truth have concluded that of the non-existent, the material body, there is no endurance, and of the eternal, the soul, there is no change. This they have concluded by studying the nature of both. Avinashi tu tadvidhi yena sarvamidam tatam vinasham vyayashasya na kaschit kartumarhati. That which prevents the entire body you should know to be indestructible. No one is able to destroy that imperishable soul. Antavanta ime deha nitya shaktah saririnaha anasino prameyasya tasmadyudhyasva bharata. The material body of the indestructible, immeasurable and eternal living entity is sure to come to an end. Therefore, fight, O descendant of Bharata. Ya enam vetti hantaram yaschainam manyate hatam ubhauto na vijanito nayam hanti na hanyate. Neither he who thinks the living entity the slayer, nor he who thinks it slain is in knowledge. For the self-slays not nor is slain. न जायते म्रियते वा कदाचित् नायं भूत्वा भविता वा न भूयः अजो नित्यः शाश्वतोऽयं पुराणो न हन्यते हन्यमाने शरीरे. For the soul there is neither birth nor death at any time. He has not come into being, does not come into being, and will not come into being. He is unborn, eternal, ever-existing, and primeval. He is not slain when the body is slain. Veda vinashinam nityam yaena majam yayam katham sa purushah partha kam ghatyati hantikam. O Parth, how can a person who knows that the soul is indestructible, eternal, unborn, and immutable kill anyone or cause anyone to kill? Vasamsi jirnani yatha vihaya navani gruhanti naro parani तथा शरीराणि विहाय जीर्णान्या अन्यानि संयान्ति नवानि देहि. As a person puts on new garments, giving up all ones, the soul similarly accepts new material bodies, giving up the old and useless ones. नैनं छिन्दन्ति शस्त्राणि नैनं दहति पावकः न चैनं क्लेदयन्त्यापो न शोषयति मारुतः. The soul can never be cut to pieces by any weapon, nor burned by fire, nor moistened by water, nor withered by the wind. अच्छेद्यो यमद्याहो यमक्लेद्यो शोष्य एव च नित्यः सर्वकथस्थानो अचलोऽयं सनातनः. This individual soul is unbreakable and insoluble and can be neither burned nor dried. He is everlasting, present everywhere, unchangeable, immovable and eternally the same. अव्यक्तो यमचिन्तयो यमविकार्यो यमुच्यते तस्मादेवं विदित्वैनं नानुशोचितुमर्हसि. It is said that the soul is invisible, inconceivable and immutable. Knowing this, you should not grieve for the body. अथ चैनं नित्यजातं नित्यं वा मन्यसे मृतं तथापि त्वं महाबाहो नैनं शोचितुमर्हसि. If, however, you think that the soul or the symptoms of life will always be born and die forever, you still have no reason to lament, O mighty armed. जातस्य हि ध्रुवो मृत्युर् ध्रुवं जन्म मृतस्य च तस्मात् परिहार्येऽर्थे न त्वं शोचितुमर्हसि. One who has taken his birth is sure to die, and after death one is sure to take birth again. Therefore, in the unavoidable discharge of your duty, you should not lament. अव्यक्तादीनि भूतानि व्यक्तमध्यानि भारत अव्यक्तनिधनान्येव तत्र का परिदेवना. All created beings are unmanifest in their beginning, manifest in their interim state, and unmanifest again when annihilated. So, what need is there for lamentation? आश्चर्यवत् पश्यति कश्चिदेनम् आश्चर्यवद् वदति तथैव चान्यः आश्चर्यवच्चैनमन्यः शृणोति श्रुत्वाप्येनं वेद न चैव कश्चित्. Some look on the soul as amazing, some describe him as amazing, and some hear of him as amazing, while others, even after hearing about him, cannot understand him at all. देहि नित्यमवध्योऽयं देहे सर्वस्य भारत तस्मात् सर्वाणि भूतानि न त्वं शोचितुमर्हसि. O descendant of Bharat, he who dwells in the body can never be slain. Therefore, you need not grieve for any living being. Swadharmamapi chaveksha na vikampitumarhasi dharmyadhi yuddhakshreyo anyat kshatriyasya na vidyate. Considering your specific duty as a kshatriya, you should know that there is no better engagement for you than fighting on religious principles, and so there is no need for hesitation. Yadrukshaya chopapannam swargadwaram pavrutam sukhinah kshatriyah partha labhante yuddhamidrusham. O Parth, happy are the Kshatriyas to whom such fighting opportunities come unsought, opening for them the doors of the heavenly planets. Atha chetva tvamimam dharmyam sangramam na karishyasi tatah swadharmam kirtim chahitva papam vapshyasi. If, however, you do not perform your religious duty of fighting, then you will certainly incur sins for neglecting your duties and thus lose your reputation as a fighter. Akirtim chapi bhutani kathayishanti te vyayam sambhava vitasya chakirtir maranadati richyate. People will always speak of your infamy, and for a respectable person, dishonor is worse than death. Bhayadranadu paratam mamshante tvam maharathaha yesham cha tvam bahumato bhutva yashyashi laghavam. The great generals who have highly esteemed your name and fame will think that you have left the battlefield out of fear only, and thus they will consider you insignificant. Avachya vadasya bahuna vadishanti tavahitaha nindantastva samarthyam tato dukkhataram nukim. Your enemies will describe you in many unkind words and scorn your ability. What could be more painful for you? Hato va prapsyasi swargam jitva va bhokshase mahim tasmaduttishta kaunteya yuddhaya krutanishchaya. O son of Kunti, either you will be killed on the battlefield and attain the heavenly planets, or you will conquer and enjoy the earthly kingdom. Therefore, get up with determination and fight. Sukha dukkhe same krutva labha labho jaya jayo tato yuddhaya yujyasva naivam papam vapshyasi. Do thou fight for the sake of fighting without considering happiness or distress, loss or gain, victory or defeat, and by so doing you shall never incur sin. Esha te bhihita sankhye buddhir yoge tvimam shranu buddhaya yukto yaya partha karma bandham praharsyasi. Thus far I have described this knowledge to you through analytical study. Now listen as I explain it in terms of working without fruitive results. O son of Pritha, when you act in such knowledge, you can free yourself from the bondage of works. Neha bhikramana swasti pratyavayo na vidyate swalpam pyasya dharmasya trayate mahato bhayat. In this endeavor there is no loss or diminution, and a little advancement on this path can protect one from the most dangerous type of fear. Vyavasayatmika buddhi ekeha kuru nandana bahu sakhayanantascha buddhayo vyavasayinam. Those who are on this path are resolute in purpose and their aim is one. O beloved child of the Kurus, the intelligence of those who are irresolute is many branched. Yamimam pushpitam vacham pravadantya vipaschitah vedavadartaha partha nanyadastiti vadinah kamatmanah swargapara janma karma phalapradam kriya vishesh bahulam bhogeshwarya gatim prati. Men of small knowledge are very much attached to the flowery words of the Vedas, which recommend various fruitive activities for elevation to heavenly planets, resultant good birth, power, and so forth. Being desirous of sense gratification and opulent life, they say that there is nothing more than this. Bhogaishwarya prasaktanam taya payat chetasam vyavasayatmika buddhi samadha na vidhiyate. In the minds of those who are too attached to sense enjoyment and material opulence and who are bewildered by such things, the resolute determination for devotional service to the Supreme Lord does not take place. Tregunya Vishya Veda Nistregunyo Bhavarjuna Nirdvandvo Nitya Sattvastho Niryoga Chema Atmavan. The Vedas deal mainly with the subject of the three modes of material nature. O Arjuna, become transcendental to these three modes. Be free from all duties and from all anxieties for gain and safety, and be established in the self. Yavanartha udpane sarvatah samplutodake tavan sarvesu vedesu brahmanasya vijanatha. All purpose served by a small well can at once be served by a great reservoir of water. Similarly, all the purpose of the Vedas can be served to one who knows the purpose behind them. Karmanyevadhikaraste ma phalesu kadachana ma karma phal heturbhurma te sangostva karmani. You have a right to perform your prescribed duty, but you are not entitled to the fruits of action. Never consider yourself the cause of the results of your activities, and never be attached to not doing your duty. Togastha kuru karmani sanga tyaktva dhananjaya siddhaya siddhayoha sama bhutva samatvam yoga uchyate. Perform your duty equipoised, O Arjuna, abandoning all attachment to success or failure. Such equanimity is called yoga. Duren yavaram karma buddhi yogad dhananjaya buddho saranam vichya krapanaha falhetavaha. O Dhananjaya, keep all abominable activities far distant by devotional service, and in that consciousness surrender unto the Lord. Those who want to enjoy the fruits of their work are misers. Buddhi yukto jahatiha ube sukrit duskrite tasmad yogaya yujyasva yoga karmasu kaushalam. A man engaged in devotional service rids himself of both good and bad reactions even in this life, Therefore, strive for yoga, which is the art of all work. Karmajam buddhi yukta hi phalam tyaktva manishina janma bandha vinirmuktaha padam gacchantyanamyam. By thus engaging in devotional service to the Lord, great sages or devotees free themselves from the results of work in the material world. In this way, they become free from the cycle of birth and death and attain the state beyond all miseries, that is, by going back to Godhead. Yada te moha kalilam buddhir vyatitarishyate tada gantasi nirvedam shrotavyasya shrutasya cha. When your intelligence has passed out of the dense forest of delusion, you shall become indifferent to all that has been heard and all that is to be heard. Shruti vipratipanna yada sthasyati nischala samadhavachala buddhi tada yogam vapyasi. When your mind is no longer disturbed by the flowery language of the Vedas and when it remains fixed in the trance of self-realization, then you will have attained the divine consciousness. Arjun uvach sthita pragnasya ka bhasha samadhisthasya keshava sthita dhiha kim prabhasheta kimasita vrajeta kim. Arjuna said, O Krishna, what are the symptoms of one whose consciousness is thus merged in transcendence? How does he speak and what is his language? How does he sit and how does he walk? Shri Bhagwan Uvach Prajahati yada kaman sarvan partha manogatan atman yevatmana tushtaha sthita prajnastadochyate. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, O Partha, when a man gives up all varieties of desire for sense gratification which arise from mental concoction, and when his mind, thus purified, finds satisfaction in the self alone, then he is said to be in pure transcendental consciousness. Dukkhe svanudvigna manaha sukhe suvigata sparha vitaraga bhaya krodha sthita dhirmuniruchyate. One who is not disturbed in mind even amidst threefold miseries or elated when there is happiness and who is free from attachment, fear and anger is called a sage of steady mind. Yaha sarvatranabhistreha tat prapya shubha shubham nabhi nandati na dveshti tasya prajna pratisthita. In the material world, one who is unaffected by whatever good or evil he may obtain, neither praising it or despising it, is firmly fixed in perfect knowledge. Yada samharte chayam kurmangani sarvasah indriyanindriyarthebhyah tasya prajna pratisthita. One who is able to withdraw his senses from sense objects as the tortoise draws its limbs within the shell is firmly fixed in perfect consciousness. Vishaya vinivartante niraharasya dehinah rasavarjam rasopyasya param drushtva nivartate. Though the embodied soul may be restricted from sense enjoyment, the taste for sense objects remains, but ceasing such engagements by experiencing a higher taste, he is fixed in consciousness. Yatato yapi kaunteya purushasya vipaschitah indriyani pramathini haranti prashabham mana. The senses are so strong and impetuous, O Arjuna, that they forcibly carry away the mind even of a man of discrimination who is endeavoring to control them. Tani sarvani sanyamya yukta asit matparha vasehi yasya indriyani tasya prajna pratisthita. One who restrains his senses, keeping them under full control, and fixes his consciousness upon me is known as a man of steady intelligence. Dhyayato vishayan punsah sangaste supajayate sangat sanjayate kamah kamat krodho bhijayate. While contemplating the objects of the senses, a person develops attachment for them, and from such attachment lust develops, and from lust anger arises. Krodhat bhavati sammoha sammohat smriti vibhramaha smriti bhamsat buddhinaso buddhinashat pranashyati. From anger complete delusion arises, and from delusion bewilderment of memory. When memory is bewildered, intelligence is lost, and when intelligence is lost, one falls down again into the material pool. Raga dvesha vimuktestu vishayan indriyescharana atmavashyar vidhyatma prasadam dhigacchati. But a person free from all attachment and aversion and able to control his senses through regulative principles of freedom can obtain the complete mercy of the Lord. Prasade sarva dukkhanam hani rasyopajayate prasanna chetaso yashu buddhi paryavatishthate. For one thus satisfied in Krishna consciousness, the threefold miseries of material existence exist no longer. In such satisfied consciousness, one's intelligence is soon well established. Nasti buddhirayuktasya na chayuktasya bhavana na cha bhavaitah shantiha asantasya kutah sukham. One who is not connected with the Supreme in Krishna consciousness can have neither transcendental intelligence nor a steady mind, without which there is no possibility of peace. And how can there be any happiness without peace? Indriyanam hi charatam yanmano vidhiyate tadasya harati prajñam vayurnavamivambhasi. As a strong wind sweeps away a boat on the water, even one of the roaming senses on which the mind focuses can carry away a man's intelligence. Tasmadasya mahabaho nigrahitani sarvasah indriyanindriyarthebhyah tasya prajna pratisthita. Therefore, O mighty armed one, whose senses are restrained from their objects is certainly of steady intelligence. Ya nisha sarva bhutanam tasyam jagrati sayyami yasyam jagrati bhutani sa nisha pashyato mune. What is night for all beings is the time of awakening for the self-controlled, and the time of awakening for all beings is night for the introspective sage. Apuryamanam chalapratishtham samudramapah pravishanti yadvat tadvat kamayam pravishanti sarve shashanti mapnoti na kamakami. A person who is not disturbed by the incessant flow of desires that enter like rivers into the ocean, which is ever being filled but is always still, can alone achieve peace, and not the man who strives to satisfy such desires. Vihaya kamanya sarvan pumanscharati nihasparha nirmamo nirhankarha shashanti madhigacchati. A person who has given up all desires for sense gratification, who lives free from desires, who has given up all senses of proprietorship and is devoid of false ego, he alone can attain real peace. Esha brahme sthiti partha nainam prapya vimuhyati sthitva shamanta kalepi brahma nirvana mrachati. That is the way of the spiritual and godly life, after attaining which a man is not bewildered. If one is thus situated even at the hour of death, one can enter into the kingdom of God. Arjuna Uvach Jyayase Cheta Karmanaste Mata Buddhi Janardana Tat Kim Karmani Ghore Mam Niyojayasi Keshava. Arjuna said, O Janardan, O Keshav, why do you want to engage me in this ghastly warfare if you think that intelligence is better than fruitive work? Vyamishreneva vakyena buddhim mohayaseva me tadekam vada nischitya yena shreyo hamapnuyam. My intelligence is bewildered by your equivocal instructions. Therefore, please tell me decisively which will be most beneficial for me. Shri Bhagwan Uvach Lokesmin dvidha nishtha pura prokta maya nagha jnana yogena sankhyanam karma yogena yoginam. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, O sinless Arjuna, I have already explained that there are two classes of men who try to realize the self. Some are inclined to understand it by empirical, philosophical speculation, and others by devotional service. Na karmana manarambham naishkarmyam purusho shrute na cha sanyasana deva siddhim samadhigacchati. Not by merely abstaining from work can one achieve freedom from reaction, nor by renunciation alone can one attain perfection. Nahi kaschit क्षणमपि जातु तिष्ठत्य कर्मकृत् कार्यते यावशः कर्म सर्वः प्रकृतिजैर्गुणैः. Everyone is forced to act helplessly according to the qualities he has acquired from the modes of material nature. Therefore, no one can refrain from doing something, not even for a moment. कर्मेन्द्रियाणि संयम्य य आस्ते मनसा स्मरन् इन्द्रियार्थान् विमूढात्मा मिथ्याचारः स उच्यते. One who restrains the sense of action but whose mind dwells on sense objects certainly deludes himself and is called a pretender. यस्तेव इन्द्रियाणि मनसा नियम्यारभतेऽर्जुन कर्मेन्द्रिय कर्मयोगम् असक्तः स विशिष्यते. On the other hand, if a sincere person tries to control the active senses by the mind and begins karma yoga in Krishna consciousness without attachment, he is by far superior. नियतं कुरु कर्म त्वं कर्म ज्यायो य कर्मणः शरीरयात्रापि च ते न प्रसिद्धयेद कर्मणः. Perform your prescribed duty, for doing so is better than not working. One cannot even maintain one's physical body without work. यज्ञार्थात् कर्मणोऽन्यत्र लोकोऽयं कर्मबन्धनः तदर्थं कर्म कौन्तेय मुक्तसङ्गः समाचर. Work done as a sacrifice for Vishnu has to be performed. Otherwise, work causes bondage in this material world. Therefore, O son of Kunti, perform your prescribed duties for his satisfaction, and in that way you will always remain free from bondage. सह यज्ञः प्रजा सृष्ट्वा पुरोवाच प्रजापतिः अनेन प्रसविष्यध्वम् एष वोष्ठिष्टकामधुक्. In the beginning of creation, the Lord of all creatures sent forth generations of men and demigods along with sacrifices for Vishnu and blessed them by saying, Be thou happy by this yajna sacrifice, because its performance will bestow upon you everything desirable for living happily and achieving liberation. Devan bhavayatanena te deva bhavayantu vah parasparam bhavayantah sheha param vapsyastha. The demigods, being pleased by sacrifices, will also please you, and thus by cooperation between men and demigods prosperity will reign for all. Ishtan bhogan hi vo deva dasyante yajna bhavitah ter dattana pradayebhyo yo bhukte stena eva sah. In charge of the various necessities of life, the demigods, being satisfied by the performance of yajna, that is sacrifice, will supply all necessities to you. But he who enjoys such gifts without offering them to the demigods in return is certainly a thief. Yajna sishtasinah santo मुच्यन्ते सर्वकिल्बिषे भुञ्जते ते त्वघं पापा ye pachantyatmakaranath. The devotees of the Lord are released from all kinds of sins because they eat food which is offered first for sacrifice. Others who prepare food for personal sense enjoyment verily eat only sin. Annada bhavanti bhutani parjanyadanna sambhava yajñād bhavati parjanya yajñā karma samudbhava. All living bodies subsist on food grains which are produced from rains. Rains are produced by performance of yajna, that is sacrifice, and yajna is born of prescribed duties. Karma brahmodbhavam vidhi brahmakshara samudbhavam tasmat sarvagatam brahma nityam yajne pratishtitam. Regulated activities are prescribed in the Vedas, and the Vedas are directly manifested from the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Consequently, the all-pervading transcendence is eternally situated in acts of sacrifice. Evam pravartitam chakram nanu vartayati hayah aghayurindriya ramo mogham partha sajivati. My dear Arjuna, one who does not follow in human life the cycle of sacrifice thus established by the Vedas certainly leads a life full of sin, living only for the satisfaction of the senses. Such a person lives in vain. Yastyatma ratireva syad atmatruptascha manavah atmanyeva cha santushtah tasya karyam na vidyate. But for one who takes pleasure in the self, whose human life is one of self-realization, and who is satisfied in the self only, fully satisfied, for him there is no duty. Naiva tasya krutenartho na kruteneha kaschana na chasya sarva bhutesu kaschidartha vyapashaya. A self-realized man has no purpose to fulfill in the discharge of his prescribed duties, nor has he any reason not to perform such work, nor has he any need to depend on any other living being. Tasmad saktah satatam karyam karma samachara asakto yacharan karma parmapnoti purushaha. Therefore, without being attached to the fruits of activities, one should act as a matter of duty, for by working without attachment, one attains the Supreme. Karma neva hi samsiddhim asthita janakadaya loka sangrahamevapi sampashyan kartumarhasi. Kings such as Janaka attain perfection solely by performance of prescribed duties. Therefore, just for the sake of educating the people in general, you should perform your work. Yadyadacharati shrestha tattadevetaro janah sayat pramanam kurute loka tadanuvartate. Whatever action a great man performs, common men follow, and whatever standards he sets by exemplary acts, all the world pursues. Na me parthasti kartavyam trishu lokeshu kinchana nanavaptam vaptavyam varta eva cha karmani. O son of Pritha, there is no work prescribed for me within all the three planetary systems, nor am I in want of anything, nor have I need to obtain anything, and yet I am engaged in prescribed duties. Yadi yayam na varteyam jatu karmanyatandritah mama vartamano vartante manushyaha partha sarvashah. For if I ever failed to engage in carefully performing prescribed duties, O Partha, certainly all men would follow my path. Utsideyuri me loka na kuryam karma chedaham sankarasya cha kartasham upahanyami mahaprajaha. If I did not perform prescribed duties, all these worlds would be put to ruination. I would be the cause of creating unwanted population, and I would therefore destroy the peace of all living beings. Saktah karmanya vidvanso yatha kurvanti bharata kuryad vidvans tatha saktah chikir surloka sangraham. As the ignorant perform their duties with attachment to results, the learned may similarly act, but without attachment, for the sake of leading people on the right path. Na buddhi bhedam janayeda jnanam karma sanginam josayet sarva karmani vidvan yuktah samacharan. So as not to disrupt the minds of ignorant men attached to the fruitive results of prescribed duties, a learned person should not induce them to stop work. Rather, by working in the spirit of devotion, he should engage them in all sorts of activities for the gradual development of Krishna consciousness. Prakritih kriyamanani guneha karmani sarvashah ahankara vimudhatma kartaham iti manyate. The spirit soul, bewildered by the influence of false ego, thinks himself the doer of activities that are in actuality carried out by the three modes of material nature. Tattvavittu mahabaho guna karma vibhagayo guna guneshu vartanta iti matva na sajjate. One who is in knowledge of the absolute truth, Almighty Armed, does not engage himself in the senses and sense gratification, knowing well the differences between work in devotion and work for fruitive results. Prakritera guna sammudha sajjante guna karmasu tana katsanna vido mandan katsanna vinna vichalayet. Bewildered by the modes of material nature, the ignorant fully engage themselves in material activities and become attached. But the wise should not unsettle them, although these duties are inferior due to the performer's lack of knowledge. Mai sarvani karmani sannai syadhatma chetasa nirashir nirmama bhutva yudhyasva vigata jara. Therefore, O Arjuna, surrendering all your works unto me with full knowledge of me, without desires for profit, with no claims to proprietorship, and free from lethargy fight. Ye me matamidam nityam anutishtanti manavaha shraddhavanto na suyanto muchyante tepi karmabhi. Those persons who execute their duties according to my injunctions and who follow this teaching faithfully without envy become free from the bondage of fruitive actions. Ye tvedadabhyasoyanto nanu tishtanti me matam sarvajnana vimudhanstan vidhi nashtana chetasah. But those who out of envy disregard these teachings and do not follow them regularly are to be considered bereft of all knowledge, baffled and ruined in their endeavors for perfection. Sadrasham cheshtate swasyah prakriteirjnanavanapi prakritim yanti bhutani nigraha kim karishyati. Even a man of knowledge acts according to his own nature, for everyone follows the nature he has acquired from the three modes. What can repression accomplish? Indriyashendriyasharthe ragadvaiso vyavasthito tayorna vashamagaccheta tau yasya paripanthino. There are principles to regulate attachment and aversion pertaining to the senses and their objects. One should not come under the control of such attachment and aversion, because they are stumbling blocks on the path of self-realization. Shreyan swadharmo vigunaha paradharmat swanushthitat swadharme nidhanam sheha paradharmo bhayavaha. It is far better to discharge one's prescribed duties, even though faultily, than another's duties perfectly. Distraction in the course of performing one's own duties better than engaging in another's duties, for to follow another's path is dangerous. Arjun uvaj atha kena prayuktoyam papam charati purusha anichannapi varshneya baladeva niyojitah. Arjuna said, O descendant of Varshni, by what is one impelled to sinful acts even unwillingly, as if engaged by force? Shri Bhagavan uvaj kama esha krodha esha rajo guna samudbhava mahashano mahapapma vidhyena miha vairinam. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, it is lust only, Arjuna, which is born of contact with the material mode of passion and later transformed into wrath, and which is the all-devouring sinful enemy of this world. Dhumina vriyate vhaneha yatha darsho malena cha yatholabena garbha tatha tenedamavratam. As fire is covered by smoke, as a mirror is covered by dust, or as the embryo is covered by the womb, the living entity is similarly covered by different degrees of this lust. Avrutam jnanametena jnanino nityavairina kamarupena kaunteya duspurena nalena cha. Thus, the wise living entity's pure consciousness becomes covered by his eternal enemy in the form of lust, which is never satisfied and which burns like fire. Indriyani mano buddhi shadhisthanamuchyate etair vimohayatyesa jnanamavritya dehinam. The senses, the mind, and the intelligence are the sitting place of this lust. Through them, lust covers the real knowledge of the living entity and bewilders him. तस्मात्त्वमिन्द्रियाण्यादौ नियम्य भरतर्षभ पाप्मानं प्रजह्येनं ज्ञानविज्ञाननाशनम्. Therefore, O Arjuna, best of the Bharatas, in the very beginning, curb this great symbol of sin, lust, by regulating the senses, and slay this destroyer of knowledge and self-realization. Indriyani paranyaho indriyebhya param manah manasastu para buddhi yo buddhe paratastu sa. The working senses are superior to dull matter. Mind is higher than the senses. Intelligence is still higher than the mind. And he, the soul, is even higher than the intelligence. Evam buddhe param buddhva sanstabhyatman matmana jahi satrum mahabaho kamarupam durasadam. Thus knowing oneself to be transcendental to the material senses, mind and intelligence, O mighty armed Arjuna, one should steady the mind by deliberate spiritual intelligence, Krishna consciousness, and thus by spiritual strength conquer this insatiable enemy known as lust. Shri Bhagwan Uvach Imam Vivasvate Yogam Proktavanahamavayam Vivasvan Manave Praha Manurikshvakave Bravit. The personality of Godhead, Lord Krishna said, I instructed this imperishable science of yoga to the sun god Vivasvan, and Vivasvan instructed it to Manu, the father of mankind, and Manu in turn instructed it to Ikshvaku. Evam parampara praptam imam rajarsayo viduh sakale neha mahata yogo nashtah parantapa. This supreme science was thus received through the chain of disciplic succession, and the saintly kings understood it in that way. But in course of time, the succession was broken, and therefore the science as it is appears to be lost. Saevayam maya tedya yogah proktah puratana bhaktosi me sakha cheti rahasyam yetaduttamam. That very ancient science of the relationship with the Supreme is today told by me to you because you are my devotee as well as my friend and can therefore understand the transcendental mystery of this science. Arjuna Vach Aparam Bhavato Janma Param Janma Vivasvata Kathametadvijaniyam Tvamado Proktavaniti. Arjuna said, the sun god Vivasvan is senior by birth to you. How am I to understand that in the beginning you instructed this science to him? Shri Bhagwan Uvach Bahuni me vyatitani janmani tava charjuna tanyaham veda sarvani na tvam vetha parantapa. The personality of Godhead said, many births both you and I have passed. I can remember all of them, but you cannot. O subduer of the enemy, अजोऽपि सन्नव्ययात्मा भूतानामीश्वरोऽपि सन् प्रकृतिं स्वामधिष्ठाय सम्भवाम्यात्ममायया. Although I am unborn and my transcendental body never deteriorates, and although I am the Lord of all living entities, I still appear in every millennium in my original transcendental form. Yada yada hi dharmasya glanirбhavati bharata अभ्युत्थानम् अधर्मस्य तदात्मानं सृजाम्यहम्. Whenever and wherever there is a decline in religious practice, O descendant of Bharata, and a predominant rise of irreligion, at that time I descend myself. Paritranaya sadhunam विनाशाय च दुष्कृतां धर्म संस्थापनार्थाय संभवामि युगे युगे. To deliver the pious and to annihilate the miscreants, as well as to re-establish the principles of religion, I myself appear millennium after millennium. जन्म कर्म च मे दिव्यम् एवं यो वेत्ति तत्त्वतः त्यक्त्वा देहं पुनर्जन्म नैति मामेति सोऽर्जुन. One who knows the transcendental nature of my appearance and activities does not, upon leaving the body, take his birth again in this material world, but attains my eternal abode. O Arjuna, वीतरागा भय क्रोधा मन्मया मामुपाश्रिता बहवो ज्ञान तपसा पूता मद्भावमागतः. Being freed from attachment, fear and anger, being fully absorbed in me and taking refuge in me, many persons in the past became purified by knowledge of me, and thus they all attained transcendental love for me. Ye yatha mam prapadyante tamstatthaiva bhajamyaham mama vartamano vartante manushyaः पार्थ सर्वशः. As all surrender unto me, I reward them accordingly. Everyone follows my path in all respects. O son of Pratha, काङ्क्षन्तः कर्मणां सिद्धिं यजन्त इह देवतः क्षिप्रं हि मानुषे लोके सिद्धिर्भवति कर्मजा. Men in this world desire success in fruitive activities, and therefore they worship the demigods. Quickly, of course, man gets results from fruitive work in this world. Chaturvarnyam maya srishtam guna karma vibhagasah tasya kartaram api mam viddhay kartaram vyayam. According to the three modes of material nature and the work associated with them, the four divisions of human society are created by me, and although I am the creator of this system, you should know that I am yet the non-doer, being unchangeable. Na mam karmani limpanti na me karma phale spruha iti mam yobhijanati karma bhirna sabadhyate. There is no work that affects me, nor do I aspire for the fruits of action. One who understands this truth about me also does not become entangled in the fruitive reactions of work. एवं ज्ञात्वा कृतं कर्म पूर्वैरपि मुमुक्षुभिः कुरु कर्मेव तस्मात् त्वं पूर्वैः पूर्वतरं कृतम्. All the liberated souls in ancient times acted with this understanding of my transcendental nature. Therefore, you should perform your duty following in their footsteps. Kim karmeti kavayovyatra mohitaha tatte karma pravakshami yajgnatva mokshase shubhat. Even the intelligent are bewildered in determining what is action and what is inaction. Now I shall explain to you what action is, knowing which you shall be liberated from all misfortune. Karmano yapi bodhavyam cha vikarmanah akarmanascha bodhavyam gahana karmano gati. The intricacies of action are very hard to understand. Therefore, one should know properly what action is, what forbidden action is, and what inaction is. Karmanya karma yah pasyeda karmani cha karma yah sabuddhiman manushyesu sayuktah kritsanna karma krit. One who sees inaction in action and action in inaction is intelligent among men, and he is in the transcendental position, although engaged in all sorts of activities. Yasya sarve samarambha kama sankalpa varjitah jnanagnidagdha karmanam tamaho panditam buddha. One is understood to be in full knowledge, whose every endeavor is devoid of desire for sense gratification. He is said by sages to be a worker for whom the reactions of work have been burned up by the fire of perfect knowledge. Tyaktva karma phala sangam nitya trapto nirashaya कर्मण्यभिप्रवृत्तोऽपि नैव किञ्चित् करोति सः. Abandoning all attachment to the results of his activities, ever satisfied and independent, he performs no fruitive action, although engaged in all kinds of undertakings. Nirashirya chittatma त्यक्ता सर्व परिग्रह शारीरम केवलम कर्म कुर्वन्नाप्नोति किल्बिषम्. Such a man of understanding acts with mind and intelligence perfectly controlled, gives up all sense of proprietorship over his possessions, and acts only for the bare necessities of life. Thus working, he is not affected by sinful reactions. Yadrukshalabhasantushto dvandvatito vimassarha samasiddhavasiddhau cha krutvapi na nibadhyate. He who is satisfied with gain which comes of its own accord, who is free from duality and does not envy, who is steady in both success and failure, is never entangled, although performing actions. Gata sangasya muktasya ज्ञानावस्थितचेतसः यज्ञायाचरतः कर्म समग्रं प्रविलीयते. The work of a man who is unattached to the modes of material nature and who is fully situated in transcendental knowledge merges entirely into transcendence. Brahmarpanam Brahmahavir Brahmagno Brahmanahutam Brahmeva tena gantavyam Brahma karma samadhina. A person who is fully absorbed in Krishna consciousness is sure to attain the spiritual kingdom because of his full contribution to spiritual activities in which the consummation is absolute and that which is offered is of the same spiritual nature. Daivameva pare yajñam yoginah paryupasate brahmagnava pare yajñam yagne nevopajuhavati. Some yogis perfectly worship the demigods by offering different sacrifices to them, and some of them offer sacrifices in the fire of the Supreme Brahman. Shrotradirindriyananye Sayyamagni sujuvati Sabdadin Vishyananya Indriyagni sujuvati. Some, the unadulterated brahmacharis, sacrifice the hearing process and the senses in the fire of mental control, and others, the regulated householders, sacrifice the objects of the senses in the fire of the senses. Sarvandriya karmani prana karmani chapare atma sayyama yogagno juvati jnana dipite. Others who are interested in achieving self-realization through control of the mind and senses offer the functions of all the senses and of the life breath as oblations into the fire of the controlled mind. Dravya yajnastapo yajna yoga yajnastatha pare Swadhyaya yajnana yajnascha yatayah samsita vrataha. Having accepted strict vows, some become enlightened by sacrificing their possessions and others by performing severe austerities, by practicing the yoga of eightfold mysticism, or by studying the Vedas to advance in transcendental knowledge. Apane juvati pranam prane panam tatha pare pranapanagati ruddhva pranayama parayana apare niyataharaha pranan prane sujuvati. Still others who are inclined to the process of breath restraint to remain in trance, practice by offering the movement of the outgoing breath into the incoming and the incoming breath into the outgoing, and thus at last remain in trance, stopping all breathing. Others, curtailing the eating process, offer the outgoing breath into itself as a sacrifice. Sarve pete yajna vido yajna kshapita kalmashaha yajna shishtamrita bhujo yanti brahma sanatanam. All these performers who know the meaning of sacrifice become cleansed of sinful reactions, and having tasted the nectar of the results of sacrifices, they advance toward the supreme eternal atmosphere. नायं लोकोऽस्त्य यज्ञस्य कुतोऽन्यः कुरु सत्तमा. O best of the Kuru dynasty, without sacrifice one can never live happily on this planet or in this life. What then of the next? Evam bahuvida yajna vidata brahmano mukhe कर्मजान विधितान सर्वान एवं ज्ञात्वा विमोक्षसे. All these different types of sacrifice are approved by the Vedas, and all of them are born of different types of work. Knowing them as such, you will become liberated. Shreyan dravyamayatyajnat ज्ञानयज्ञः परन्तप सर्वं कर्माखिलं पार्थ ज्ञाने परिसमाप्यते. O sister of the enemy, the sacrifice performed in knowledge is better than the mere sacrifice of material possessions. After all, O son of Pritha, all sacrifices of work culminate in transcendental knowledge. Tadvidhi pranipaten pariprashnen sevaya upadekshanti te jnanam jnaninas tattvadarshina. Just try to learn the truth by approaching a spiritual master. Inquire from him submissively and render service unto him. The self-realized souls can impart knowledge unto you because they have seen the truth. Yajgnatva na punarmoham evam yashyashi pandava yena bhutanya sheshani rakshashyatmanyatho mai. Having obtained real knowledge from a self-realized soul, you will never fall again into such illusion. For by this knowledge you will see that all living beings are but part of the Supreme, or in other words, that they are mine. Api chedasi papebhya sarvebhya papakrittamah sarvam jnanaplaveneva vrajinam santarishasi. Even if you are considered to be the most sinful of all sinners, when you are situated in the boat of transcendental knowledge, you will be able to cross over the ocean of miseries. Yathe dhansi samidhognir bhasmat kurute Arjuna ज्ञानाग्निः सर्वकर्माणि भस्मात् कुरुते तथा. As a blazing fire turns firewood to ashes, O Arjuna, so does the fire of knowledge burn to ashes all reaction to material activities. Nahi jnanena sadrusham pavitramih vidyate tat swayam yoga sansiddha kale natmani vindati. In this world there is nothing so sublime and pure as transcendental knowledge. Such knowledge is the mature fruit of all mysticism, and one who has become accomplished in the practice of devotional service enjoys this knowledge within himself in due course of time. Shraddhavam labhate jnanam tatparha samyatendriya jnanam labdhva param shantim achirenadhigacchati. A faithful man who is dedicated to transcendental knowledge and who subdues his senses is eligible to achieve such knowledge, and having achieved it, he quickly attains the supreme spiritual peace. अज्ञश्च श्रद्धधानश्च संशयात्मा विनश्यति नायं लोकोऽस्ति न परो न सुखं संशयात्मनः. But ignorant and faithless persons who doubt the revealed scriptures do not attain God consciousness. They fall down. For the doubting soul there is happiness neither in this world nor in the next. Yoga sannasta karamanam jnana sanchhinna sanshayam atmavantam na karmani nibadhananti dhananjaya. One who acts in devotional service, renouncing the fruits of his actions and whose doubts have been destroyed by transcendental knowledge, is situated factually in the self. Thus, he is not bound by the reaction of work, O conqueror of riches. Tasmad jnana sambhutam hridस्थं ज्ञानसीनात्मनः चित्वैनं संशयं योगम् आतिष्ठोतिष्ठ भारत. Therefore the doubts which have arisen in your heart out of ignorance should be slashed by the weapon of knowledge. Armed with yoga, O Bharata, stand and fight. Arjun Uvaj Sannyasam karmanam Krishna Punariyogam cha shanshasi Yachreya etayorekam Tanme bruhi sunishchitam. Arjuna said, O Krishna, first of all you ask me to renounce work and then again you recommend work with devotion. Now will you kindly tell me definitely which of the two is more beneficial? Shri Bhagwan Uvaj Sannyasa Karma Yogascha Niha Shreyashkara Bhubho Tayostu Karma Sannyasat Karma Yogo Vishishyate. The personality of Godhead replied, the renunciation of work and work in devotion are both good for liberation, but of the two, work in devotional service is better than renunciation of work. Gneyah sa nitya sannyasi yo na dveshti na kankshati nirdvandvo hi mahabaho sukham bandhata pramuchyate. One who neither hates nor desires the fruit of his activities is known to be always renounced. Such a person, free from all dualities, easily overcomes material bondage and is completely liberated. O mighty armed Arjuna, Sankhya Yogo Prathagabalaha Pravadanti na Pandita Ekam Pyasthitah Samyak Ubhayor Vindate Phalam. Only the ignorant speak of devotional service, karma yoga, as being different from the analytical study of the material world, Sankhya. Those who are actually learned say that he who applies himself well to one of these paths achieves the results of both. Yat Sankhye prapyate sthanam tadyogairapi gamyate ekam sankhyam cha yogam cha yaha pashyati sapashyati. One who knows that the position reached by means of analytical study can also be attained by devotional service, and who therefore sees analytical study and devotional service to be on the same level, sees things as they are. Sanyasastu mahabaho दुःखमाप्तो मयोगतः योगयुक्तो मुनिर्ब्रह्मा न चिरेणाधिगच्छति. Merely renouncing all activities, yet not engaging in the devotional service of the Lord, cannot make one happy, but a thoughtful person engaged in devotional service can achieve the Supreme without delay. योगयुक्तो विशुद्धात्मा विजितात्मा जितेन्द्रियः सर्वभूतात्मा भूतात्मा कुर्वन्नपि न लिप्यते. One who walks in devotion, who is pure soul and who controls his mind and senses, is dear to everyone and everyone is dear to him. Though always working, such a man is never entangled. नैव किञ्चित् करोमीति युक्तो मन्येत तत्त्ववित् पश्यन् शृण्वन् स्पर्शन् जिघ्रन् अश्नन् गच्छन् स्वप्नश्वसन् प्रलपन् विसर्जन् गृहन् उन्मिषन् निमिषन्नपि इन्द्रियाणीन्द्रियार्थेषु वर्तन्त इति धारयन्. A person in the divine consciousness, although engaged in seeing, hearing, touching, smelling, eating, moving about, sleeping and breathing, always knows within himself that he actually does nothing at all, because while speaking, evacuating, receiving or opening or closing his eyes, he always knows that only the material senses are engaged with their objects and that he is aloof from them. ब्रह्मण्याधाय कर्माणि सङ्गं त्यक्त्वा करोति यः लिप्यते न स पापेन पद्मपत्रमिवाम्भसा. One who performs his duty without attachment, surrendering the results unto the Supreme Lord, is unaffected by sinful action, as the lotus leaf is untouched by water. Kayena manasa buddhaya kevalairindrayerapi yoginaha karma kurvanti sangam tyaktvatmashuddhaye. The yogis, abandoning attachment, act with body, mind, intelligence and even with the senses only for the purpose of purification. Yuktaha karma phalam tyaktva shantimapnoti naishtikim ayuktaha kamakarena phale sakto nibadyate. The steadily devoted soul attains unadulterated peace because he offers the result of all activities to me, whereas a person who is not in union with the divine, who is greedy for the fruits of his labor, becomes entangled. Sarva karmani manasa sannyasaste sukham vasi नवद्वारे पुरे देहि नैव कुर्वन्न कारयन्. When the embodied living being controls his nature and mentally renounces all actions, he resides happily in the city of 9 gates, the material body, neither working nor causing work to be done. न कर्तृत्वं न कर्माणि लोकस्य सृजति प्रभु न कर्मफलसंयोगं स्वभावस्तु प्रवर्तते. The embodied spirit, master of the city of his body, does not create activities, nor does he induce people to act, nor does he create the fruits of action. All this is enacted by the modes of material nature. न दत्ते कस्यचित् पापं न चैव सुकृतं विभो अज्ञानेनावृतं ज्ञानं तेन मुह्यन्ति जन्तवः. Nor does the Supreme Lord assume anyone's sinful or pious activities. Embodied beings, however, are bewildered because of the ignorance which covers their real knowledge. Jnanena to tad jnanam yesham nasitam tesham adityavach jnanam prakashayati tatparam. When, however, one is enlightened with the knowledge by which nescience is destroyed, then his knowledge reveals everything as the sun lights up everything in the daytime. Tad buddhaya tadatmanah tannishtaha tatparayana gacchantya punaravrittim jnana nirdhuta kalmasha. When one's intelligence, mind, faith and refuge are all fixed in the Supreme, then one becomes fully cleansed of misgivings through complete knowledge and thus proceeds straight on the path of liberation. Vidya vinay sampanne brahmane gavihastini suni chaiva swapakecha panditaha samadarshina. The humble sages, by virtue of true knowledge, see with equal vision a learned and gentle brahmana, a cow, an elephant, a dog, and a dog-eater outcast. Iheva te jitah sargo yesham samme sthitam manha nirdosham hi samam brahma tasmad brahmani te sthitah. Those whose minds are established in sameness and equanimity have already conquered the conditions of birth and death. They are flawless like Brahman, and thus they are already situated in Brahman. Na prarashyet priyam prapya, no dvijet prapya cha priyam, sthira buddhira sammodho, brahma vid brahmani sthita. A person who neither rejoices upon achieving something pleasant, nor laments upon obtaining something unpleasant, who is self-intelligent, who is unbewildered, and who knows the science of God, is already situated in transcendence. Bhayasparsheva saktatma vindatyatmani yat sukham sa brahma yoga yuktatma sukham chayam snute. Such a liberated person is not attracted to material sense pleasure, but is always in trance, enjoying the pleasure within. In this way, the self-realized person enjoys unlimited happiness, for he concentrates on the Supreme. Yehi sansparja bhoga dukkha yonai evate adyantavantaha kaunteya nate suramate buddha. An intelligent person does not take part in the sorts of misery which are due to contact with the material senses. O son of Kunti, such pleasures have a beginning and an end, and so the wise man does not delight in them. Saknoti heva yah sodum praksarira vimokshanat kama krodhodbhavam vegam sayukta sa sukhi narha. Before giving up this present body, if one is able to tolerate the urges of the material senses and check the force of desire and anger, he is well situated and is happy in this world. योऽन्तः सुखोऽन्तरारामः तथान्तर्ज्योतिरेव यः स योगी ब्रह्मनिर्वाणं ब्रह्मभूतोऽधिगच्छति. One whose happiness is within, who is active and rejoices within, and whose aim is inward, is actually the perfect mystic. He is liberated in the Supreme, and ultimately he attains the Supreme. Labhante Brahma Nirvanam ऋषयः क्षीणकल्मषः छिन्नद्वैधायतात्मानः सर्वभूतहिते रतः. Those who are beyond the dualities that arise from doubts, whose minds are engaged within, who are always busy working for the welfare of all living beings, and who are free from all sins, achieve liberation in the Supreme. Kama Krodha Vimuktanam Yatinam Yat Chetasam Abhito Brahma Nirvanam Vartate Viditatmanam. Those who are free from anger and all material desires, who are self-realized, self-disciplined, and constantly endeavoring for perfection, are assured of liberation in the Supreme in the very near future. Sparshan krutva bahirbahayan चक्षुश्चैवान्तरे भ्रुवो प्राणपानो समो कृत्वा नासाभ्यन्तरचारिणो यतेन्द्रियमनोबुद्धि मुनिर्मोक्षपरायणः विगतेच्छाभयक्रोधो यः सदा मुक्त एव सः. Shutting out all external sense objects, keeping the eyes and vision concentrated between the two eyebrows, suspending the inward and outward breaths within the nostrils, and thus controlling the mind, senses, and intelligence, the transcendentalist, aiming at liberation, becomes free from desire, fear, and anger. One who is always in this state is certainly liberated. Bhoktaram yajñatapasam sarvalokamaheshwaram suradam sarvabhutanam jnatva mam santi mrutshati. A person in full consciousness of me, knowing me to be the ultimate beneficiary of all sacrifices and austerities, the Supreme Lord of all planets and demigods, and the benefactor and well-wisher of all living entities, attains peace from the pangs of material miseries. Shri Bhagavanuvach अनाश्रितः कर्मफलं कार्यं कर्म करोति यः स सन्न्यासी च योगी च न निरग्निर्न चाक्रियः. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, one who is unattached to the fruits of his work and who works as he is obligated is in the renounced order of life, and he is the true mystic, not he who lights no fire and performs no duty. Yam sannyāsamiti prahu yogam tam vidhi pandava na ya sannyasta sankalpo yogi bhavati kaschana. What is called renunciation you should know to be the same as yoga, or linking oneself with the Supreme. O son of Pandu, for one can never become a yogi unless he renounces the desire for sense gratification. Arurukshormuneryogam karma karanamujyate yogarudasya tasyeva shamaha karanamujyate. For one who is a neophyte in the eightfold yoga system, work is said to be the means, and for one who is already elevated in yoga, cessation of all material activities is said to be the means. Yada hinendriyarthesu na karma svanusajjate sarva sankalpa sannyasi yoga rudastadochyate. A person is said to be elevated in yoga when, having renounced all material desires, he neither acts for sense gratification nor engages in fruitive activities. Uddharedatmanatmanam natmanam vasadayet atmeva yatmano bandhur atmeva ripuratmana. One must deliver himself with the help of his mind and not degrade himself. The mind is the friend of the conditioned soul and his enemy as well. Bandhuratmatmanastasya yenatmevatmana jitah anatmanastu satrutve vartetatmeva satruvat. For him who has conquered the mind is the best of friends. But for one who has failed to do so, his mind will remain the greatest enemy. Jitatmanha prasantasya paramatma samahitaha sitoshna sukha dukkhesu tatha manapamanayo. For one who has conquered the mind, the super soul is already reached, for he has attained tranquility. To such a man, happiness and distress, heat and cold, honor and dishonor are all the same. Jnana vijnana truptatma kutastho vijitendriya yukta ityuchate yogi samaloshrasma kanchana. A person is said to be established in self-realization and is called a yogi or mystic when he is fully satisfied by virtue of acquired knowledge and realization. Such a person is situated in transcendence and is self-controlled. He sees everything, whether it be pebbles, stones or gold, as the same. Suran mitrayurdasina madhyastha dveshya bandhusu sadhu swapicha papesu samabuddhiravishishyate. A person is considered still further advanced when he regards honest well-wishers, affectionate benefactors, the neutral mediators, the envious, friends and enemies, the pious and the sinners, all with an equal mind. Yogi yunjita satatam atmanam rahasi sthita ekaki yata chittatma nirashira parigraha. A transcendentalist should always engage his body, mind and self in relationship with the Supreme. He should live alone in a scheduled place and should always carefully control his mind. He should be free from desires and feelings of possessiveness. Sucho dese pratisthapya स्थिरमासन्मात्मनः नात्युच्छ्रितं नातिनीचं चैलाजिनाकुशोत्तरम् तत्रैकाग्रं मनः कृत्वा यत चित्तेन्द्रियक्रिया उपविश्यासने युञ्ज्यात् योगमात्मविशुद्धये. To practice yoga, one should go to a scheduled place and should lay kushagrass on the ground and then cover it with a deer skin and a soft cloth. The seat should be neither too high nor too low and should be situated in a sacred place. The yogi should then sit on it very firmly and practice yoga to purify the heart by controlling his mind, senses and activities and fixing the mind on one point. Samam kaya shiro grivam धारयन्नचलं स्थिरा सम्प्रेक्ष्य नासिकाग्रं स्वं दिशश्चानवलोकयन् प्रशान्तात्मा विगतभिः ब्रह्मचारी व्रते स्थितः मनः संयम्य मच्चितो युक्त आसीत मत्परः. One should hold one's body, neck and head erect in a straight line and stare steadily at the tip of the nose. Thus, with an unagitated, subdued mind, devoid of fear, completely free from sex life, one should meditate upon me within the heart and make me the ultimate goal of life. Yunjannevam sadatmanam yogi niyatamanasah शान्तिं निर्वाण परमां मत संस्थामधिगच्छति. Thus, practicing constant control of the body, mind and activities, the mystic transcendentalist, his mind regulated, attains to the kingdom of God or the abode of Krishna by cessation of material existence. नात्यस्नतस्तु योगोऽस्ति न चैकान्त मनस्नतः न चाति स्वप्नशीलस्य जाग्रतो नैव चार्जुन. There is no possibility of one's becoming a yogi, O Arjuna, if one eats too much or eats too little, sleeps too much or does not sleep enough. Yuktahara viharasya yukta chestasya karmasu yukta swapnavabodhasya yogo bhavati dukhaha. He who is regulated in his habits of eating, sleeping, recreation and work can mitigate all material pains by practicing the yoga system. Yada viniyatam chittam atmanyevavatishthate nisparha sarvakamebhyo yukta ityuchyate tada. When the yogi, by practice of yoga, disciplines his mental activities and becomes situated in transcendence, devoid of all material desires, he is said to be well established in yoga. Yatha deepo nivatastho nengate sopama smrita yogino yata chittasya yunjato yogamatmana. As a lamp in a windless place does not waver, so the transcendentalist, whose mind is controlled, remains always steady in his meditation on the transcendent self. Yatro paramate chittam niruddham yoga sevaya yatra chevatmanatmanam पश्यन्नात्मनि तुष्यति सुखमात्यन्तिकं यतत बुद्धिकायमतीन्द्रियं वेत्ति यत्र न चैवायं स्थितश्चलति तत्त्वतः यं लब्ध्वा चापरं लाभं मन्यते नाधिकं ततः यस्मिन् स्थितो न दुःखेन गुरुणापि विचाल्यते तं विद्याद दुःख संयोगवियोगं योगसंज्ञितम्. In the stage of perfection called trance or samadhi, one's mind is completely restrained from material mental activities by practice of yoga. This perfection is characterized by one's ability to see the self by the pure mind and to relish and rejoice in the self. In that joyous state, one is situated in boundless transcendental happiness realized through transcendental senses. Established thus, one never departs from the truth, and upon gaining this, he thinks there is no greater gain. Being situated in such a position, one is never shaken even in the midst of greatest difficulty. This indeed is actual freedom from all miseries arising from material contact. स निश्चयेन योक्तव्यो योगो निर्विण्ण चेतसा संकल्प प्रभवान् कामान् त्यक्त्वा सर्वान् शेषतः मनसैवेन्द्रियग्रामं विनियम्य समन्ततः. One should engage oneself in the practice of yoga with determination and faith and not be deviated from the path. One should abandon without exception all material desires born of mental speculation and thus control all the senses on all sides by the mind. शनैः शनैरुपरमेद् बुद्धया धृतिगृहीतया आत्मसंस्थं मनः कृत्वा न किञ्चिदपि चिन्तयेत्. Gradually, step by step, one should become situated in trance by means of intelligence sustained by full conviction, and thus the mind should be fixed on the self alone and should think of nothing else. यतो यतो निश्चलति मनः चञ्चलं स्थिरं ततस्ततो नियम्येतत् आत्मनेव वशं नयेत्. From wherever the mind wanders due to its flickering and unsteady nature, one must certainly withdraw it and bring it back under the control of the self. प्रशान्तमनसं येनं योगिनं सुखमुत्तमम् उपैति शान्तरजसं ब्रह्मभूतं कल्मषम्. The yogi whose mind is fixed on me verily attains the highest perfection of transcendental happiness. He is beyond the mode of passion. He realizes his qualitative identity with the Supreme, and thus he is freed from all reactions to the past deeds. युञ्जनैवं सदात्मानं योगी विगतकल्मषः सुखेन ब्रह्म संस्पर्शम् अत्यन्तं सुखं श्नुते. Thus, the self-controlled yogi, constantly engaged in yoga practice, becomes free from all material contamination and achieves the highest stage of perfect happiness in transcendental loving service to the Lord. Sarvabhutasthamatmanam sarvabhutani chatmani Ikshate yoga yuktatma sarvatra samadarshana. A true yogi observes me in all beings and also sees every being in me. Indeed, the self-realized person sees me, the same Supreme Lord, everywhere. Yo mam pashyati sarvatra sarvam cha mai pashyati tasyaham na pranashyami sa cha me na pranashyati. For one who sees me everywhere and sees everything in me, I am never lost, nor is he ever lost to me. Sarvabhutasthhitam yo mam bhajatyekatvamasthitah sarvatha vartamanopi sayogi mai vartate. Such a yogi who engages in the worshipful service of the Super Soul, knowing that I and the Super Soul are one, remains always in me in all circumstances. Atma pamyena sarvatra samam pashyati Arjuna sukham va yadi va dukkham sayogi paramo matah. He is a perfect yogi who, by comparison to his own self, sees the true equality of all beings in both their happiness and their distress. O Arjuna, Arjunuvach yoyam yogastya proktaha samyena madhusudan etasyaham na pashyami chanchala sthitam sthiram. Arjuna said, O Madhusudana, the system of yoga which you have summarized appears impractical and unendurable to me, for the mind is restless and unsteady. Chanchalam hi manah Krishna pramathi balavad dradham tasyaham nigraham manye vayoriva suduskaram. For the mind is restless, turbulent, obstinate and very strong, O Krishna, and to subdue it, I think, is more difficult than controlling the wind. Sri Bhagwanuvach Ashanshayam Mahabhaho Mano Durnigraham Chalam Abhyasena tu Kaunteya Vairagyena cha Gruhyate. Lord Sri Krishna said, O mighty armed son of Kunti, it is undoubtedly very difficult to curb the restless mind, but it is possible by suitable practice and by detachment. Ashanshayatmana yogo dusprapa iti me mati vashyatmana tu yatata sakyo vaktumupayatha. For one whose mind is unbridled, self-realization is difficult work, but he whose mind is controlled and who strives by appropriate means is assured of success. That is my opinion. Arjunuvach ayatiha shraddhayopeto yogacha chalita manasa aprapya yoga sansiddhim kam gatim Krishna gacchati. Arjuna said, O Krishna, what is the destination of the unsuccessful transcendentalist who, in the beginning, takes to the process of self-realization with faith, but who later desists due to worldly mindedness and thus does not attain perfection in mysticism. Kachino bhaya vibhrashtah छिन्ना भ्रमिव नश्यति अप्रतिष्ठो महाबाहो विमूढ़ो ब्रह्मणः पथि. Almighty Armed Krishna, does not such a man who is bewildered from the path of transcendence fall away from both spiritual and material success and perish like a raven cloud with no position in any sphere? एतन्मे संशयं कृष्ण छेतु मर्हस्य शेषतः त्वदन्यः संशयस्यास्य चेतान युपपद्यते. This is my doubt, O Krishna, and I ask you to dispel it completely. But for you, no one is to be found who can destroy this doubt. Shri Bhagwan Uvaj Partha Naiveha Namutra Vinasastasya Vidyate Nahi Kalyana Krit Kaschid Durgatim Tata Gacchati. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, Son of Pritha, a transcendentalist engaged in auspicious activities does not meet with destruction either in this world or in the spiritual world. One who does good, my friend, is never overcome by evil. Prapya punya kritam lokam ushitva shashvati samaha suchinam shrimatam gehe yoga bhrashto bhijayate. The unsuccessful yogi, after many years of enjoyment on the planets of the pious living entities, is born into a family of righteous people or into a family of rich aristocracy. अथवा योगिनमेव कुले भवति धीमताम् एतद्धि दुर्लभतरं लोके जन्म यदीदृशम्. Or if unsuccessful, after long practice of yoga, he takes his birth in a family of transcendentalists who are surely great in wisdom. Certainly, such a birth is rare in this world. Tatra tam buddhi sayyogam labhate parvadehikam yatate cha tato bhuyah sansidho kurunandana. On taking such a birth, he revives the divine consciousness of his previous life, and he again tries to make further progress in order to achieve complete success. O son of Kuru, Purvabhyasena teneva riyate yavasopi saha jigyasurapi yogasya sabda brahmati vartate. By virtue of the divine consciousness of his previous life, he automatically becomes attracted to the yogic principles, even without seeking them. Such an inquisitive transcendentalist stands always above the ritualistic principles of the scriptures. Prayatnadyatmanastu yogi sansuddha kilbishah अनेक जन्म संसिद्ध ततो याति param gatim. And when the yogi engages himself with sincere endeavor in making further progress, being washed of all contaminations, then ultimately achieving perfection after many births of practice, he attains the supreme goal. तपस्वीभ्योऽधिको योगी ज्ञानीभ्योऽपि मतोऽधिकः कर्मिभ्यश्चाधिको योगी तस्माद्योगी भवार्जुन. A yogi is greater than the ascetic, greater than the empiricist, and greater than the fruity worker. Therefore, O Arjuna, in all circumstances, be a yogi. Yoginaamapi sarvesam madgatenantaraatmana shraddhavan bhajate yo mam same yuktatamo madha. And of all yogis, the one with great faith, who always abides in me, thinks of me within himself, and renders transcendental loving service to me, he is the most intimately united with me in yoga and is the highest of all. That is my opinion. Shri Bhagwan Uvaj Maya Sakta Manah Partha Yogam Yunjan Madashaya Ashanshayam Samagram Mam Yatha Gnasyashi Tachrunam. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, Now hear, O son of Pritha, how by practicing yoga in full consciousness of me, with mind attached to me, you can know me in full, free from doubt. Jnanam teham savijnanam idam vakshamyasheshatah yajajñatva neha bhoyonat gnatavyam vashishyate. I shall now declare unto you in full this knowledge, both phenomenal and numinous. This being known, nothing further shall remain for you to know. Manushyanam sahasreshu kaschidhyatati siddhaye yat tamapi siddhanam kaschin mam vetti tattvataha. Out of many thousands among men, one may endeavor for perfection, and of those who have achieved perfection, hardly one knows me in truth. Bhumi rapo nalo vayu kham mano buddhireva cha ahankara iti yam me bhinna prakritirashtadha. Earth, water, fire, air, ether, mind, intelligence, and false ego, all together, these 8 constitute my separated material energies. Apareyam mitastvanyam prakritim vidhi me param jiva bhutam mahabaho yayedam dharyate jagat. Besides these, O mighty armed Arjuna, there is another superior energy of mine which comprises the living entities who are exploiting the resources of this material inferior nature. Etadyonini bhutani sarvani tyupadharaya aham krishnasya jagataha prabhavah pralayastatha. All created beings have their source in these two natures. Of all that is material and all that is spiritual in this world. Know for certain that I am both the origin and the dissolution. Mattah parataram nanyat kinchidasti dhananjaya mai sarvamidam protam sutre maniganaiva. O conqueror of wealth, there is no truth superior to me. Everything rests upon me as pearls are strung on a thread. Rasohamapsu kaunteya prabhasmi shasi suryayo pranavaha sarvavedesu shabdah khe parusham nrushu. O son of Kunti, I am the taste of water, the light of the sun and the moon, the syllable Om in the Vedic mantras. I am the sound in ether and ability in men. Punya gandha prithvyam cha teja chasmi vibhavaso jivanam sarvabhutesu tapaschasmi tapasvisu. I am the original fragrance of the earth and I am the heat in fire. I am the life of all that lives and I am the penances of all ascetics. Bijam mam sarvabhutanam vidhi partha sanatanam buddhira buddhimatamasmi tejas tejasvinamaham. O son of Pratha, know that I am the original seed of all existences, the intelligence of the intelligent and the prowess of all powerful men. Balam balvatam chaham kamaraga vivarjitam dharma viruddho bhutesu kamosmi bharatarshava. I am the strength of the strong, devoid of passion and desire. I am sex life, which is not contrary to religious principles. O Lord of the Bharatas, Arjuna, ye chaiva satvika bhava rajasastamasascha ye matta eveti tan vidhi na tvaham te sute mai. Know that all states of being, be they of goodness, passion or ignorance, are manifested by my energy. I am in one sense everything, but I am independent. I am not under the modes of material nature, for they, on the contrary, are within me. Tribhir gunmayir bhave ebhi sarvamidam jagat mohitam nabhijanati mamebhyah param vyayam. Deluded by the three modes, goodness, passion and ignorance, the whole world does not know me, who am above the modes and inexhaustible. Devi yesha gunamayi mama maya duratyaya mameva ye prapadyante maya metam taranti te. This divine energy of mine, consisting of the three modes of material nature, is difficult to overcome, but those who have surrendered unto me can easily cross beyond it. Namam duskrutino mudha prapadyante naradhama mayaya paratjnana asuram bhavamashri Paritah. Those miscreants who are grossly foolish, who are lowest among mankind, whose knowledge is stolen by illusion, and who partake of the atheistic nature of demons, do not surrender unto me. Chaturvidha bhajante mam janaha sukratino Arjuna arto jignasurartharthi gnani cha bharatarshava. O best among the Bharatas, four kind of pious men begin to render devotional service unto me: the distressed, the desirer of wealth, the inquisitive, and he who is searching for knowledge of the Absolute. Tesam jnani nityayukta ekabhaktir vishishyate priyo hi jnaninotyartham aham sachamam priya. Of these, the one who is in full knowledge and who is always engaged in pure devotional service is the best, for I am very dear to him and he is dear to me. Udaraha sarva evete gnani tvatmeva me matam astitah sahi yuktatma mamevanutamam gatim. All these devotees are undoubtedly magnanimous souls, but he who is situated in knowledge of me, I consider to be just like my own self. Being engaged in my transcendental service, he is sure to attain me, the highest and most perfect goal. Bahunam janmanamante jnanavan mam prapadyate Vasudevah sarvamiti sa mahatma sudurlabha. After many births and deaths, he who is actually in knowledge surrenders unto me, knowing me to be the cause of all causes and all that is. Such a great soul is very rare. कामैस्तैर्स्तैर्हृतज्ञानः प्रपद्यन्ते न्यदेवतः तं तं नियममास्थाय प्रकृत्या नियतः स्वया. Those whose intelligence has been stolen by material desires surrender unto demigods and follow the particular rules and regulations of worship according to their own natures. Yo yo yam yam tanum bhaktah shraddhayarchitumicchati tasya tasyachalam shraddham tameva vidadhamyaham. I am in everyone's heart as the super soul. As soon as one desires to worship some demigod, I make his faith steady so that he can devote himself to that particular deity. Sataya shraddhaya yuktaha tasya radhanamihate labhate cha tataha kaman mayeva vihitan hitan. Endowed with such a faith, he endeavors to worship a particular demigod and obtains his desires. But in actuality, these benefits are bestowed by me alone. Antavattu phalam tesham tad bhavatyalpamedhasam devan devayajo yanti madbhakta yanti mamapi. Men of small intelligence worship the demigods, and their fruits are limited and temporary. Those who worship the demigods go to the planets of the demigods, but my devotees ultimately reach my supreme planet. Avyaktam vyaktimapannam manyante mama buddhayah param bhavamajananto mama vyayam notam mama. Unintelligent men who do not know me perfectly think that I, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, was impersonal before and have now assumed this personality. Due to their small knowledge, they do not know my higher nature, which is imperishable and supreme. Naham prakashah sarvasya yogamaya samavritah mudhoyam nabhijanati loko mamajamam vyayam. I am never manifest to the foolish and unintelligent. For them, I am covered by my internal potency, and therefore they do not know that I am unborn and infallible. Vedaham samatitani vartamanani cha Arjuna bhavishyani cha bhutani mam tu vedana kaschana. O Arjuna, as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, I know everything that has happened in the past, all that is happening in the present, and all things that are yet to come. I also know all living entities, but me no one knows. Ichha dvesa samuthena dvandva mohena bharata sarva bhutani sammaham sarge yanti parantapa. O Scion of Bharata, O conqueror of the foe, all living entities are born into delusion, bewildered by dualities arising from desire and hate. Yesham tvantagatam papam jananam punyakarmanam te dvanda moha nirmukta bhajante mam dridvrata. Persons who have acted piously in previous lives and in this life, and whose sinful actions are completely eradicated, are freed from the dualities of delusion, and they engage themselves in my service with determination. Jara marana mokshaya mamashritya yatanti ye te brahma tadvidhu krishnam adhyatmamam karma chakhilam. Intelligent persons who are endeavoring for liberation from old age and death take refuge in me in devotional service. They are actually Brahman because they entirely know everything about transcendental activities. Sadhi bhutadhi devam mam sadhi yajnam cha ye vidu priyana kale picha mam te viduryukta chetasah. Those in full consciousness of me, who know me, the Supreme Lord, to be the governing principle of the material manifestation of the demigods and of all methods of sacrifice, can understand and know me, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, even at the time of death. Arjun Uvach Kim tad brahma kim adhyatmam kim karma purushottama adhibhutam cha kim proktam Adhidevam kimuchyate. Arjuna inquired, O my Lord, O Supreme Person, what is Brahman? What is the Self? What are fruitive activities? What is this material manifestation? And what are the demigods? Please explain this to me. Adhiyagnyah katham gotra dehesmin madhusudan prayana kale cha katham gneyosi niyatatmabhi. Who is the Lord of sacrifice and how does he live in the body, O Madhusudana? And how can those engaged in devotional service know you at the time of death? Shri Bhagwan Uvach Aksharam Brahma Paramam Swabhavo Dhyatmamuchyate Bhuta Bhavod Bhavakaro Visargah Karma Sangnita. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, the indestructible, transcendental living entity is called Brahman and his eternal nature is called Adhyatma, the Self. Action pertaining to the development of the material bodies of the living entities is called karma or fruitive activities. Adhibhutam charo bhavaha purushashchadhidevatam adhiyagnohamevatra dehe deha bhratam vara. O best of the embodied beings, the physical nature which is constantly changing is called Adhibhuta, the material manifestation, the universal form of the Lord, which includes all the demigods like those of the sun and the moon, is called Adhideva. And I, the Supreme Lord, represented as the Super Soul in the heart of every embodied being, am called Adhiyagnya, the Lord of sacrifice. Antakale cha mameva smaran muktva kalevaram yaha prayati samadbhavam yati nastyatra sanshaya. And whoever at the end of his life quits his body, remembering me alone at once, attains my nature. Of this there is no doubt. Yam yam vapi smaran bhavam tyajatyante kalevaram tam tamevaiti kaunteya sada tat bhava bhavitah. Whatever state of being one remembers when he quits his body, O son of Kunti, that state he will attain without fail. Tasmat sarvesu kalesu mamanusmaryudhya cha mayarpita mano buddhi mame vaishyasya sanshaya. Therefore, Arjuna, you should always think of me in the form of Krishna and at the same time carry out your prescribed duty of fighting. With your activities dedicated to me and your mind and intelligence fixed on me, you will attain me without doubt. Abhyasa yoga yuktena chetasa nanyagamina paramam purusham divyam yati parthanuchintayan. He who meditates on me as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, his mind constantly engaged in remembering me, undeviated from the path. He, O Partha, is sure to reach me. Kavim Puranam Nushashitaram Anoraniyam Samanusmaretya Sarvasya Dhataram Chintya Rupam Aditya Varnam Tamasaha Parastat. One should meditate upon the Supreme Person as the one who knows everything, as He who is the oldest, who is the controller, who is smaller than the smallest, who is the maintainer of everything, who is beyond all material conception, who is inconceivable, and who is always a person. He is luminous like the sun, and He is transcendental beyond this material nature. प्रयाणकाले मनसाचलेन भक्तया युक्तो योग बलेन चैव भ्रुवोर्मध्ये प्राणवेश्य सम्यक् सतं परं पुरुषम् उपेति दिव्यम्. One who at the time of death fixes his life air between the eyebrows and by the strength of yoga, with an undeviating mind, engages himself in remembering the Supreme Lord in full devotion, will certainly attain to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Yadaksharam Vedavido Vadanti Vishanti Yadyatayo Vitaragaha Yadikshanta Brahmacharyam Charanti Tatte Padam Sangrahen Pravakshe. Persons who are learned in the Vedas, who utter Omkara, and who are great sages in the renounced order, enter into Brahman. Desiring such perfection, one practices celibacy. I shall now briefly explain to you this process by which one may attain salvation. Sarvadvarani Sayyamya Manoradi Nirudhya Cha Murdhanyadhyatmanaha Pranam Asthito Yoga Dharanam. The yogic situation is that of detachment from all sensual engagements, closing all the doors of the senses and fixing the mind on the heart and the life air at the top of the head. One establishes himself in yoga. Om Vityekaksharam Brahma Vyaharan Mamanu Smaran Yaha Prayati Tyajan Deham Sayati Paramam Gatim. After being situated in this yoga practice and vibrating the sacred syllable Om, the supreme combination of letters, if one thinks of the Supreme Personality of Godhead and quits his body, he will certainly reach the spiritual planets. Ananya Chetaha Satatam Yo Mam Smarati Nityasaha Tasyaham Sulabha Partha Nityayuktasya Yoginah. For one who always remembers me without deviation, I am easy to obtain. O son of Pratha, because of his constant engagement in devotional service. Mamupetya punarjanma dukkhalayam shashvatam napnuvanti mahatmanah samsiddhim paramam gataha. After attaining me, the great souls who are yogis in devotion never return to this temporary world, which is full of miseries, because they have attained the highest perfection. Abrahma bhuvanal lokaha punaravarti Arjuna mamupetya tu kaunteya punarjanma na vidyate. From the highest planet in the material world down to the lowest, all are places of misery wherein repeated birth and death take place. But one who attains to my abode, O son of Kunti, never takes birth again. Sahasra yoga pariyantam aharya brahmano vidu ratrim yoga sahasranam te horatra vido jana. By human calculation, 1,000 ages taken together form the duration of Brahma's one day, and such also is the duration of his night. Avyaktadavyaktaryah sarvaha prabhavantya haragame ratragame praliyante tatreva vyakta samnyake. At the beginning of Brahma's day, all living entities become manifest from the unmanifest state, and thereafter, when the night falls, they are merged into the unmanifest again. Bhutagramaha sa evayam bhutva bhutva praliyate ratyagame vashaha partha prabhavatya haragame. Again and again, when Brahma's day arrives, all living entities come into being, and with the arrival of Brahma's night, they are helplessly annihilated. Parastamatu bhavonyo vyakto vyaktat sanatana yaha sa sarvesu bhutesu nashyatsu na vinashyati. Yet there is another unmanifest nature which is eternal and is transcendental to this manifested and unmanifested matter. It is supreme and is never annihilated. When all in this world is annihilated, that part remains as it is. Avyaktoksara ityuktaha tamaho paramam gatim yam prapya na nirvatante tathama paramam mama. That which the Vedantists describe as unmanifest and infallible, that which is known as the supreme destination, that place from which, having attained it, one never returns, that is my supreme abode. Purushaha sa paraha partha bhaktya labhyastvananyaya yashyantaha sthani bhutani yena sarvamidam tatam. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is greater than all, is attainable by unalloyed devotion. Although He is present in His abode, He is all-pervading and everything is situated within Him. Yatra kale tvanavrattim avrattim chaiva yoginah prayatayanti tam kalam vakshami bharatarshava. O best of the Bharatas, I shall now explain to you the different times at which, passing away from this world, the yogi does or does not come back. Agnir Jyotirha Suklaha Shadmasa Uttarayanam तत्र प्रयाता गच्छन्ति ब्रह्मविदो जनाः. Those who know the Supreme Brahman attain that Supreme by passing away from the world during the influence of the fiery god in the light at an auspicious moment of the day during the fourth night of the waxing moon or during the 6 months when the sun travels in the north. धूमो रात्रिस्तथा कृष्णः क्षणमाशा दक्षिणायनम् तत्र चान्द्रमशं ज्योतिर्योगी प्राप्य निवर्तते. The mystic who passes away from this world during the smoke, the night, the fourth night of the waning moon, or the 6 months when the sun passes to the south, reaches the moon planet, but again comes back. Shukla Krishne gati ete jagatah shashvate mate ekaya yatyana vrittim anyaya vartate punah. According to the Vedic opinion, there are two ways of passing from this world, one in light and one in darkness. When one passes in light, he does not come back, but when one passes in darkness, he returns. Naite shruti partha janan yogi muhyati kaschana tasmat sarvesu kalesu yoga yukto bhavarjuna. Although the devotees know these two paths, O Arjuna, they are never bewildered. Therefore, be always fixed in devotion. Vedesu yagnesu tapaso chaiva danesu yat punya phalam pradishtam atyeti tat sarvamidam viditva yogi param sthanamupayati chadyam. A person who accepts the path of devotional service is not bereft of the results derived from studying the Vedas, performing sacrifices, undergoing austerities, giving charity, or pursuing philosophical and fruitive activities. Simply by performing devotional service, he attains all these, and at the end he reaches the supreme eternal abode. Shri Bhagwan Uvanch Idam tu te guhyatamam pravakshamya anasuyave Jnanam vijnana sahitam yajgnatva mokshase subhat. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, My dear Arjuna, because you are never envious of me, I shall impart to you this most confidential knowledge and realization, knowing which you shall be relieved of the miseries of material existence. Raja Vidya Raja Guhyam Pavitram Idamuttamam Pratyakshaavagamam Dharmyam Susukham Kartumavyayam. This knowledge is the king of education, the most secret of all secrets. It is the purest knowledge, and because it gives direct perception of the self by realization, it is the perfection of religion. It is everlasting and it is joyfully performed. Ashraddhanaha purusha धर्मशास्त्र परन्तप अप्राप्य मां निवर्तन्ते मृत्यु संसारवर्त्मनि. Those who are not faithful in this devotional service cannot attain me, O conqueror of enemies. Therefore, they return to the path of birth and death in this material world. Maya tatmidam sarvam jagadvyaktamurtina matsthani sarvabhutani na chaham te svavasthitah. By me, in my unmanifested form, this entire universe is pervaded. All beings are in me, but I am not in them. Na cha masthani bhutani pashya me yogameshwaram bhuta bhrana cha bhutastho mamatma bhuta bhavana. And yet everything that is created does not rest in me. Behold my mystic opulence. Although I am the maintainer of all living entities, and although I am everywhere, I am not a part of this cosmic manifestation. For myself is the very source of creation. Yatha kasthito nityam vayuh sarvatra go mahan tatha sarvani bhutani matsthani tyupadharaya. Understand that as the mighty wind blowing everywhere rests always in the sky, all created beings rest in me. Sarva bhutani kaunteya prakritim yanti mamikam kalpakshaye punastani kalpado vishrajamyaham. O son of Kunti, at the end of the millennium, all material manifestations enter into my nature, and at the beginning of another millennium, by my potency, I create them again. Prakritim swamavashtabhya visrajami punah punah bhutagramamimam krishnam avansham prakriter vashat. The whole cosmic order is under me. Under my will, it is automatically manifested again and again, and under my will, it is annihilated at the end. Na cha mam tani karmani nibadhnanti dhananjaya udasina vadasinam asaktam tesu karmasu. O Dhananjaya, all this work cannot bind me. I am ever detached from all these material activities, seated as though neutral. Maya dhakshena prakritihi suyate sacharacharam hetunanena kaunteya jagadvi parivartate. This material nature, which is one of my energies, is working under my direction. O son of Kunti, producing all moving and non-moving beings. Under its rules, this manifestation is created and annihilated again and again. Avajananti mam mudha manusim tanumashritam param bhavam jananto mama bhuta maheshwaram. Fools deride me when I descend in the human form. They do not know my transcendental nature as the Supreme Lord of all that be. Moghasha mogha karamano mogha jnana vichetasa rakshasi masurim chaiva prakritim mohinim shritaha. Those who are thus bewildered are attracted by demonic and atheistic views. In that deluded condition, their hopes for liberation, their fruitive activities, and their culture of knowledge are all defeated. Mahatmanastu mam partha devim prakritimashritah bhajantyananya manaso gnatva bhutadimam vyayam. O son of Pratha, those who are not deluded, the great souls, are under the protection of the divine nature. They are fully engaged in devotional service because they know me as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, original and inexhaustible. Satatam kirtayanto mam yatantascha dradvrataha namastyantascha mam bhaktaya nityayukta upasate. Always chanting my glories, endeavoring with great determination, bowing down before me, these great souls perpetually worship me with devotion. Jnana yagnena chapyanye yajanto mamupasate ekatvena prathatvena bahuda vishvato mukham. Others who engage in sacrifice by the cultivation of knowledge worship the Supreme Lord as the one without a second, as diverse in many and in the universal form. Aham kraturham yajnah swadhaham hamoshadham mantroham hamevajam aham agnirham hutam. But it is I who am the ritual, I the sacrifice, the offering to the ancestors, the healing herb, the transcendental chant. I am the butter and the fire and the offering. Pita hamasya jagato mata dhata pita maha vedyam pavitram ankara rakasama yajurevacha. I am the father of this universe, the mother, the support and the grandsire. I am the object of knowledge, the purifier and the syllable Om. I am also the Rag, the Sam and the Yajurvedas. Gatir bharta prabhu sakshi nivasah sharanam surat prabhava pralaya sthanam nidhanam bijam vyayam. I am the goal, the sustainer, the master, the witness, the abode, the refuge and the most dear friend. I am the creation and the annihilation, the basis of everything, the resting place and the eternal seed. Tapamyaham aham varsham nigrahanamya utsrajami cha amritam chaiva mrityuscha sada satchaham Arjuna. O Arjuna, I give heat and I withhold and send forth the rain. I am immortality and I am also death personified. Both spirit and matter are in me. Trividya mama somapaha puta papa yagnirištva swargatim prathayante te punyamasadya surendra lokam snananti divyan divi deva bhogan. Those who study the Vedas and drink the Soma juice, seeking the heavenly planets, worship me indirectly, purified of sinful reactions. They take birth on the pious, heavenly planet of Indra, where they enjoy godly delights. Te tam bhuktva swargalokam vishalam क्षीणे पुण्ये मृत्युलोकं विशन्ति एवं त्रयी धर्ममनु प्रपन्ना गतागतं कामकामा लभन्ते. When they have thus enjoyed vast heavenly sense pleasure and the result of their pious activities are exhausted, they return to this mortal planet again. Thus, those who seek sense enjoyment by adhering to the principles of the three Vedas achieve only repeated birth and death. Ananyascintayanto mam ye janah paryupasate tesham nityabhiyuktanam yogakshemam vahamyaham. But those who always worship me with exclusive devotion, meditating on my transcendental form, to them I carry what they lack and I preserve what they have. Yepyanya devata bhakta yajante shraddhayanvitaha tepi mameva kaunteya yajantya vidhi purvakam. Those who are devotees of other gods and who worship them with faith actually worship only me, O son of Kunti, but they do so in a wrong way. Aham hi sarva yajnanam bhokta cha prabhureva cha na tu mam abhijananti tatve nataschavanti te. I am the only enjoyer and master of all sacrifices. Therefore, those who do not recognize my true transcendental nature fall down. Yanti devavrata devan pitran yanti pitravrataha bhutani yanti bhuteja yanti madhyajinopi mam. Those who worship the demigods will take birth among the demigods. Those who worship the ancestors go to the ancestors. Those who worship ghosts and spirits will take birth among such beings. And those who worship me will live with me. Patram pushpam phalam toyam yo me bhaktya prayachati tadaham bhaktayo parhatam asnami priyatarpana. If one offers me with love and devotion a leaf, a flower, a fruit or water, I will accept it. Yad karosi yadasnasi yajjuhosi dadasi yad yattapashyasi kaunteya tat kurushva madarpanam. Whatever you do, whatever you eat, whatever you offer or give away, and whatever austerities you perform, do that, O son of Kunti, as an offering to me. Shubha shubha phalerevam mokshase karma bandhane sannyasa yoga yuktatma vimukto mamupeshyasi. In this way, you will be freed from bondage to work and its auspicious and inauspicious results. With your mind fixed on me in this principle of renunciation, you will be liberated and come to me. Samoham sarvabhutesu na me dvesyosti na priya ye bhajanti tumam bhaktya maite tesu chapyaham. I envy no one nor am I partial to anyone. I am equal to all. But whoever renders service unto me in devotion is a friend, is in me, and I am also a friend to him. Api chetsu duracharo bhajate mamanyabhak sadhureva samantavyah samyak vyavasito hi sa. Even if one commits the most abominable action, if he is engaged in devotional service, he is to be considered saintly, because he is properly situated in his determination. Chipram bhavati dharmatma shashvachantim nigacchati kaunteya pratijanihi name bhaktah pranashyati. He quickly becomes righteous and attains lasting peace. O son of Kunti, declare it boldly that my devotee never perishes. Mam hi partha vyapashritya yepi syu papayonaya striyo vesyastatha sudro tepi yanti param gatim. O son of Pratha, those who take shelter in me, though they be of lower birth, women, Vaishyas, merchants, and Shudras, workers, can attain the supreme destination. Kim punar brahmanaha punya bhakta rajarsayastatha anityam asukham lokam imam prapya bhajasvamam. How much more this is of the righteous Brahmanas, the devotees, and the saintly kings. Therefore, having come to this temporary, miserable world, engage in loving service unto me. Manmana bhava mad bhakto madhyaji mam namaskuru mame veshyasi yuktvevam atmanam matparayana. Engage your mind always in thinking of me. Become my devotee, offer obeisances to me and worship me. Being completely absorbed in me, surely you will come to me. Shri Bhagwan Vach Bhuya eva mahabaho Shranu me paramam vacha Yatteham priyamanaya Vakshami hitakamyaya. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, listen again, O mighty Arjuna, because you are my dear friend. For your benefit, I shall speak to you further, giving knowledge that is better than what I have already explained. Na me vidu surganaha prabhavam na maharshaya aham ardihi devanam maharshinam cha sarvashah. Neither the host of demigods nor the great sages know my origin or opulences, for in every respect I am the source of the demigods and sages. Yo mama jamanadim cha veti loka maheshwaram asammudha samartesu sarva papehe pramuchyate. He who knows me as the unborn, as the beginningless, as the supreme Lord of all the worlds, he only, undiluted among men, is freed from all sins. Buddhir jnana sammoha chama satyam damah shamah sukham dukkham bhavo bhavo bhayam cha bhayameva cha ahimsa samta dushtihi तपोदानं यशो यशा भवन्ति भावभूतानां मत्त एव पृथग्विधा. Intelligence, knowledge, freedom from doubt and delusion, forgiveness, truthfulness, control of the senses, control of the mind, happiness and distress, birth, death, fear, fearlessness, non-violence, equanimity, satisfaction, austerity, charity, fame and infamy, all these various qualities of living beings are created by me alone. Maharshayah sapta purve chatvaro manavastatha madbhava manasa jata yesham loka imaha praja. The 7 great sages and before them the 4 other great sages and the Manus, progenitors of mankind, come from me, born from my mind, and all the living beings populating the various planets descend from them. Etam vibhutim yogam cha mama yo vetti tattvataha so vikalpena yogena yujyate natra sanshaya. One who is factually convinced of this opulence and mystic power of mind engages in unalloyed devotional service. Of this there is no doubt. Aham sarvasya prabhavo mattah sarvam pravartate iti matva bhajante mam buddha bhava samanvita. I am the source of all spiritual and material worlds. Everything emanates from me. The wise who perfectly know this engage in my devotional service and worship me with all their hearts. Majjita madagata prana bodhayantah parasparam kathayantascha mam nityam tushyanti cha ramanti cha. The thoughts of my pure devotees dwell in me. Their lives are fully devoted to my service, and they derive great satisfaction and bliss from always enlightening one another and conversing about me. Tesham satata yuktanam bhajatam priti purvakam dadami buddhi yogam tam yena mamupayanti te. To those who are constantly devoted to serving me with love, I give the understanding by which they can come to me. Tesham evanukampartham aham jnanajam tamaha nashayamyatma bhavastho jnanadipena bhasvata. To show them special mercy, I, dwelling in their hearts, destroy with the shining lamp of knowledge the darkness born of ignorance. Arjun Uvach Param Brahma Param Dhama Pavitram Paramam Bhavan Purusham Shashwatam Divyam Adi Devamajam Vibhum. Ahustvam Rishaya Sarve Devarshir Naradastatha Asito Devalo Vyasa Swayam Chaiva Bravishi Me. Arjuna said, you are the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the ultimate abode, the purest, the absolute truth. You are the eternal, transcendental, original person, the unborn, the greatest. All the great sages, such as Narada, Asita, Devala and Vyasa confirm this truth about you, and now you yourself are declaring it to me. Sarvametadrutam manye yanmam vadasi keshava nahi te bhagavan vyaktim vidur devana danavaha. O Krishna, I totally accept as truth all that you have told me. Neither the demigods nor the demons, O Lord, can understand your personality. Swayam evatmanatmanam vetha tvam purushottama bhuta bhavan bhutesha deva deva jagatpate. Indeed, you alone know yourself by your own internal potency. O Supreme Person, origin of all, Lord of all beings, God of gods, Lord of the universe. Vaktum arhasya sheshena divya yatma vibhutayah yabhir vibhutibhir lokan iman stvam vyapya tishtasi. Please tell me in detail of your divine opulence by which you pervade all these worlds. Katham vidyamaham yogim tvam sada parichintayan keshu keshu cha bhavesu chintayosi bhagwan maya. O Krishna, O Supreme Mystic, how shall I constantly think of you, and how shall I know you? In what various forms are you to be remembered? O Supreme Personality of Godhead, Vistarenatmano yogam vibhutim cha janardana bhuyah kathaya truptirhi shanvato nasti me mratam. O Janardana, again please describe in detail the mystic power of your opulences. I am never satiated in hearing about you. For the more I hear, the more I want to taste the nectar of your words. Shri Bhagwanuvaj Hantate kathayishami divyayatma vibhutaya pradhanyataha kuru shrestha nastyanto vistarasya me. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, Yes, I will tell you of my splendorous manifestations, but only of those which are prominent. O Arjuna, for my opulence is limitless. Aham atma gudakesha sarva bhutashaya sthita aham adischa madhyam cha bhutanamanta eva cha. I am the super soul, O Arjuna, seated in the hearts of all living entities. I am the beginning, the middle and the end of all beings. Aditya namaham Vishnur Jyotisham Raviransuman Marichir Marutam Nakshakranamaham Shashi. Of the Adityas, I am Vishnu. Of lights, I am the radiant sun. Of the Maruts, I am Marichi, and among the stars, I am the moon. Vedanam Samavedosmi Devanam Asmi Vasava Indriyanam Manaschasmi Bhutanam Asmi Chetana. Of the Vedas, I am the Samveda. Of the demigods, I am Indra, the king of heaven. Of the senses, I am the mind, and in living beings, I am the living force consciousness. Rudranam Sankara Chasmi Vitteso Yaksharakshasam Vasunam Pavak Chasmi Meruhu Sikhari Namaham. Of all the Rudras, I am Lord Shiva. Of the Yakshasas and Rakshasas, I am the Lord of Wealth, Kuber. Of the Vasus, I am fire, Agni, and of mountains, I am Meru. Purodhasam cha mukhyam mam vidhi partha brahaspatim senani namaham skandha sarasamasmi sagara. Of priest, O Arjuna, know me to be the chief Brahaspati. Of generals, I am Kartikeya, and of bodies of water, I am the ocean. Maharshinam Ragurham Giramasmekam Charam Yagnyanam Japayagnyosmi Sthavaranam Himalaya. Of the great sages, I am Bhrigu. Of vibrations, I am the transcendental Om. Of sacrifices, I am the chanting of the holy names, Japa. And of immovable things, I am the Himalayas. Ashwatha Saravrakshanam Devarshinam cha Naradaha Gandharvanam Chitraratha Siddhanam Kapilo Muni. Of all trees, I am the banyan tree, and of the sages among the demigods, I am Narada. Of the Gandharvas, I am Chitrarath, and among perfected beings, I am the sage Kapila. Uchchihe Shrava Shamashvanam Vidhi Mamamratodbhavam Airavatam Gajendranam Naranam cha Naradhipam. Of horses, know me to be Uchcheshrava, produced during the churning of the ocean for nectar. Of lordly elephants, I am Airavata, and among men, I am the monarch. Ayudhanamaham Vajram Dhenu Namasmi Kamadhuk Prajana Chasmi Kandarbha Sarpa Namasmi Vasuki. Of weapons, I am the thunderbolt. Among cows, I am the Surabhi. Of causes for procreation, I am Kandarpa, the god of love. And of serpents, I am Vasuki. Ananta Chasmi Naganam Varuno Yadasamaham Pitranam Aryamam Chasmi Yamaha Sayyamatamaham. Of the many-hooded Nagas, I am Ananta, and among the aquatics, I am the demigod Varuna. Of departed ancestors, I am Aryama, and among the dispensers of law, I am Yama, the lord of death. Prahalad Chasmi Detyanam Kalaha Kalyatamaham Mruganam cha Mrugendroham Vainateyascha Pakshinam. Among the Daitya demons, I am the devoted Prahalad. Among subduers, I am Time. Among beasts, I am the lion, and among birds, I am Garuda. Pavana Pavatamasmi Ramaha Sastrabhrutamaham Jashanam Makarachasmi Strota Samasmi Janavi. Of purifiers, I am the wind. Of the wielders of weapons, I am Rama. Of fishes, I am the shark, and of flowing rivers, I am the Ganges. Sarganamadirantashcha madhyam chaivaham Arjuna adhyatma vidya vidyanam vadaha pravadatamaham. Of all creations, I am the beginning and the end and also the middle. O Arjuna, of all sciences, I am the spiritual science of the self, and among logicians, I am the conclusive truth. Aksharanamakarosmi dvandva samasikasya cha ahamevaksha kalo dhataham vishvato mukha. Of letters, I am the letter A, and among compound words, I am the dual compound. I am also inexhaustible time, and of creators, I am Brahma. Mrityuha sarvaharashchaham udbhavascha bhavishyatam kirtiha shriravaksha narinam smritir medha dhriti chama. I am all devouring death, and I am the generating principle of all that is yet to be. Among women, I am fame, fortune, fine speech, memory, intelligence, steadfastness, and patience. Brahat sam tatha samnam Gayatri chandasamaham Masanam margashirshoham Rutunam kusumakara. Of the hymns in the Samveda, I am the Brahasam, and of poetry, I am the Gayatri. Of months, I am Margashirsha, November, December, and of seasons, I am flower-bearing spring. Dyutam chalyatam asmi, teja tejasvinamaham, jayosmi vyavasayosmi, sattvam sattvavatamaham. I am also the gambling of cheats, and of the splendid, I am the splendor. I am victory, I am adventure, and I am the strength of the strong. Purashinam vasudevosmi, Pandavanam dhananjaya, Muninam pyaham vyasa, Kavinam ushana kavi. Of the descendants of Vrishni, I am Vasudeva, and of the Pandavas, I am Arjuna. Of the sages, I am Vyasa, and among great thinkers, I am Usna. Dando damayatam asmi, nitirasmi jigishatam, maunam chaivasmi guhyanam, jnanam jnanavatamaham. Among all means of suppressing lawlessness, I am punishment, and of those who seek victory, I am morality. Of secret things, I am silence, and of the wise, I am wisdom. Yachapi sarvabhutanam bijam tadaham Arjuna na tadasti vinayastyan maya bhutam characharam. Furthermore, O Arjuna, I am the generating seed of all existences. There is no being, moving or non-moving, that can exist without me. Nanto asti mama divyanam vibhutinam parantapa eshatu deshatah prapto vibhuter vistaro maya. O mighty conqueror of enemies, there is no end to my divine manifestations. What I have spoken to you is but a mere indication of my infinite opulences. Yadyad vibhuti matha sattvam Srimadurjitameva va tattadeva vagachatvam mamate jvansa sambhavam. Know that all opulent, beautiful and glorious creations spring from but a spark of my splendor. Athava bahunaitena kim ज्ञातेन तवार्जुन विष्टभ्यहम् idam कृष्णं एकांशेन स्थितो जगत्. But what need is there, Arjuna, for all this detailed knowledge? With a single fragment of myself, I pervade and support this entire universe. Arjun uvaj madanograhaय paramam guhyam dhyatma sangnitam yatvayoktam vachastena mohoyam vigato mama. Arjuna said, by my hearing the instructions you have kindly given me about these most confidential spiritual subjects, my illusion has been dispelled. Bhavapyayo hi bhutanam shrutau vistaraso maya tvattah kamalapatraksha mahatmya api chavyayam. O lotus-eyed one, I have heard from you in detail about the appearance and disappearance of every living entity and have realized your inexhaustible glories. Evametadyathātat tvamatmanam parameshvara drashtumikchhami te rupam aishwaram purushottama. O greatest of all personalities, O supreme form, though I see you here before me in your actual position as you have described yourself, I wish to see how you have entered into this cosmic manifestation. I want to see that form of yours. Manyase yadi tatchakyam maya drashtum iti prabho Yogeshwar tato me tvam darshayatmanam vyayam. If you think that I am able to behold your cosmic form, O my Lord, O Master of all mystic power, then kindly show me that unlimited universal self. Shri Bhagwan Uvaj Pashya me partharupani satashodha sahasrasa nana vidhani divyani nana varnakritini cha. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, my dear Arjuna, O son of Pritha, see now my opulences, hundreds of thousands of varied divine and multicolored forms. Pashyadityan vasun rudran ashvino marutastatha bahunya drushta purvani pasyascharyani bharata. O best of the Bharatas, see here the different manifestations of Adityas, Vasus, Rudras, Ashwini Kumars and all the other demigods. Behold the many wonderful things which no one has ever seen or heard of before. Ihe kastham jagat krishnam pashyadya sacharacharam mama dehe gudakesha yachanyad drashtumichhasi. O Arjuna, whatever you wish to see, behold at once in this body of mine. This universal form can show you whatever you now desire to see and whatever you may want to see in the future. Everything moving and non-moving is here completely in one place. न तु मां शक्यसे द्रष्टुम् येनेनैव स्वचक्षुषा दिव्यं ददामि ते चक्षुः पश्य मे योगमैश्वरम्. But you cannot see me with your present eyes. Therefore, I give you divine eyes. Behold my mystic opulence. Sanjay Uvach. एवमुक्त्वा ततो राजन् महायोगेश्वरो हरि दर्शयामास पार्थाय परमं रूपमेश्वरम्. Sanjaya said, O king, having spoken thus, the Supreme Lord of all mystic power, the personality of Godhead, displayed his universal form to Arjuna. Aneka vaktra nainam, anekadbhuta darshanam, aneka divyabharanam, divyanekodyatayudham, divyamalyam vardharam, divyagandhanulepanam, sarvascharyamayam devam, anantam vishvatomukham. Arjuna saw in that universal form unlimited mouths, unlimited eyes, unlimited wonderful visions. The form was decorated with many celestial ornaments and bore many divine upraised weapons. He wore celestial garlands and garments, and many divine scents were smeared over his body. All was wondrous, brilliant, unlimited, all expanding. Divi Surya Sahasrasya Bhavetyuka Paduttitha Yadi Bhaha Shradashisa Shadabhasastasya Mahatmana. If hundreds of thousands of suns were to rise at once into the sky, their radiance might resemble the effulgence of the Supreme Person in that universal form. Tatrikastham Jagata Krishnam Pravibhaktam Anekadha Apashyateva Devasya Sarire Pandavastada. At that time, Arjuna could see in the universal form of the Lord the unlimited expansions of the universe situated in one place, although divided into many thousands. Tataha sa vishmaya vishto rashtaroma dhananjaya pranamya shirasha devam kritanjalir bhashata. Then, bewildered and astonished, his hair standing on end, Arjuna bowed his head to offer obeisances and with folded hands began to pray to the Supreme Lord. Arjuna vach pashyami devansva deva dehe sarvanstatha bhuta vishesa sanghan brahmanamisham kamalasanstham rishinscha sarvanurangasya divyan. Arjuna said, My dear Lord Krishna, I see assembled in your body all the demigods and various other living entities. I see Brahma sitting on the lotus flower, as well as Lord Shiva and all the sages and divine serpents. Aneka bahudar vaktra netram pashyami tvam sarvato nantarupam nantam na madhyam na punaha tavadim pashyami vishveshwar vishwarupa. O Lord of the universe, O universal form, I see in your body many arms, bellies, mouths and eyes expanded everywhere without limit. I see in you no end, no middle and no beginning. Kiritinam gadinam chakrinam cha tejo rashim sarvato diptimantam pashyami tvam durniriksham samantan diptanalarka dyutim prameyam. Your form is difficult to see because of its glaring effulgence spreading on all sides like blazing fire or the immeasurable radiance of the sun. Yet I see this glowing form everywhere, adorned with various crowns, clubs and discs. Tvamaksharam paramam veditavyam tvamasya vishvasya paramam nidhanam tvam vyayah shashvat dharma gopta sanatanastvam purusho mato me. You are the supreme primal objective. You are the ultimate resting place of all this universe. You are inexhaustible and you are the oldest. You are the maintainer of the eternal religion, the personality of Godhead. This is my opinion. Anadi madhyantam ananta viryam ananta baham shashi surya netram pashyami tvam dipta hutasha vaktram swatejasa vishwamidam tapantam. You are without origin, middle or end. Your glory is unlimited. You have numberless arms, and the sun and the moon are your eyes. I see you with blazing fire coming forth from your mouth, burning this entire universe by your own radiance. Dyava prithivyoridhamantaram hi vyaptam tvayekena disascha sarvaha दृष्ट्वादभूतं रूपमुग्रं तवेदं लोकत्रयं प्रव्यथितं महात्मन्. Although you are one, you spread throughout the sky and the planets and the space between. O Great One, seeing this wondrous and terrible form, all the planetary systems are perturbed. Amihi tvam sura sangha visanti kechit bhitaha pranjalayo grunanti swastiti yuktva maharshi siddha sangha stuvanti tvam stutibhi pushkalabhi. All the host of demigods are surrendering before you and entering into you. Some of them, very much afraid, are offering prayers with folded hands. Hosts of great sages and perfected beings crying, all peace, are praying to you by singing the Vedic hymns. रुद्रादित्या वसवो ये च साध्या विश्वाश्विनो मरुतश्चोष्मपाश्च गन्धर्वयक्षसूरसिद्धसङ्घा वीक्षन्ते त्वां विस्मिताश्चैव सर्वे. All the various manifestations of Lord Shiva, the Adityas, the Vasus, the Sadhyas, the Vishwavedas, the two Ashwinis, the Maruts, the forefathers, the Gandharvas, the Yakshasas, the Asuras, and the perfected demigods are beholding you in wonder. रूपं महत्ते बहुवक्त्र नेत्रं महाबाह बहुबाहुरुपादं बहुदरं बहुदंष्ट्राकरालं दृष्ट्वा लोकः प्रव्यथितास्तथाहम्. Almighty Armed One, all the planets with their demigods are disturbed at seeing your great form, with its many faces, eyes, arms, thighs, legs, and bellies, and your many terrible teeth. And as they are disturbed, so am I. Nabha sparsham diptamanekavarnam vyaktananam diptavishalanetram दृष्ट्वा हि त्वां प्रव्यथितान्तरात्मा धृतिं न विन्दामि शमं च विष्णु. O all-pervading Vishnu, seeing you with your many radiant colors touching the sky, your gaping mouths and your great glowing eyes, my mind is perturbed by fear. I can no longer maintain my steadiness or equilibrium of mind. Danstrakaralani cha te mukhani दृष्टेव कालानल सन्निभानि दिशो न जाने न लभे च शर्मा प्रसीद देवेश जगन्निवास. O Lord of Lords, O refugee of the worlds, please be gracious to me. I cannot keep my balance, seeing that your blazing death-like faces and awful teeth in all directions. I am bewildered. Ami cha tvam dhritarashtrasya putrah sarve sahevav nipal sanghe bhishmo dronah sutaputrah tathaso sahasmadiyar api yodha mukhe वक्त्राणि ते त्वरमाना विसन्ति दंष्ट्राकरालानि भयानकानि केचित् विलग्ना दशनान्तरेषु सदृश्यन्ते चूर्णितैरुत्तमाङ्गैः. All the sons of Dhritarashtra, along with their allied kings and Bhishma, Drona, Karna and our chief soldiers also are rushing into your fearful mouths, and some I see trapped with heads smashed between your teeth. Yatha nadinam bahavombuvegah samudramevabhimukha dravanti तथा तवामि नरलोकवीरा विशन्ति वक्त्राण्यभिविज्वलन्ति. As the many waves of the rivers flow into the ocean, so do all these great warriors enter blazing into your mouths. Yatha pradiptam jwalanam patanga vishanti nashaya समृद्धवेगः तथैव नाशाय विशन्ति लोकः तवापि वक्त्राणि समृद्धवेगः. I see all people rushing full speed into your mouths as moths dash to destruction in a blazing fire. लेलीयसे क्रसमानः समन्ता लोकान् समग्रान् वदनैर्ज्वलब्धि तेजोभिरापूर्य जगत् समग्रं भाषः तवोग्रः प्रतपन्ति विष्णु. O Vishnu, I see you devouring all people from all sides with your flaming mouth, covering all the universe with your effulgence. You are manifest with terrible scorching rays. आख्याहि मे को भवानुग्र रूपो नमोस्तु ते देववर प्रसीद. विज्ञातुमिच्छामि भवन्तमाद्यं नहि प्रजानामि तव प्रवृत्तिम्. O Lord of Lords, so fires of foam, please tell me who you are. I offer my obeisances unto you. Please be gracious to me. You are the primal Lord. I want to know about you, for I do not know what your mission is. Shri Bhagwan Uvac Kalosmi Lokakshaya Krita Pravratto Lokan Samahartumiha Pravrattah Pratepi Tvam Na Bhavishyanti Sarve Yeva Sthitaha Pratyanikeshu Yodha. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, Time I am, the great destroyer of the worlds, and I have come here to destroy all people, with the exception of you, the Pandavas. All the soldiers here on both sides will be slain. Tasmat tvam utishtha yasho labhasva jitva satrun bhukshva rajyam samriddham. Maye vaite nihataha purvameva nimitta matram bhava savya sachin. Therefore, get up, prepare to fight and win glory. Conquer your enemies and enjoy a flourishing kingdom. They are already put to death by my arrangement, and you, O Sabyasachi, can be but an instrument in the fight. Dronam cha bhishmam cha jayadratham cha karnam tatha jnanapi yodhaviran maya hatanstvam jahima vyathishta yudhyasva jetasi rane sapatnam. Drona, Bhishma, Jayadratha, Karna and the other great warriors have already been destroyed by me. Therefore, kill them and do not be disturbed. Simply fight and you will vanquish your enemies in battle. Sanjay Uvac Etachutva vachanam Keshavasya Kratanjalirvepamanah Kiriti Namaskritva bhuya evaha Krishnam Sagadgadam Bhita Bhita Pranamya. Sanjay said to Dhritarashtra, O king, after hearing these words from the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the trembling Arjuna offered obeisances with folded hands again and again. He fearfully spoke to Lord Krishna in a faltering voice as follows. Arjun Uvac Sthane Rishikesha Tava Prakirtya Jagat Prahashyatya Anurjate cha Rakshansi Bhitani Disho भ्रमन्ति सर्वे नमस्यन्ति च सिद्धसङ्घा. Arjuna said, O master of the senses, the world becomes joyful upon hearing your name, and thus everyone becomes attached to you. Although the perfected beings offer you their respectful homage, the demons are afraid and they flee here and there. All this is rightly done. Kasmacha tena nameran mahatman gariyase brahmanopyadikartre ananta devesha jagam nivasa tvamaksharam sadasatat paramam yat. O great one, greater even than Brahma, you are the original creator. Why then should they not offer their respectful obeisances unto you? O limitless one, God of gods, refugee of the universe, you are the invincible source, the cause of all causes, transcendental to this material manifestation. Tvamadidevah purushah puranah Tvamasya vishwasya paramam nidhanam Vetasi vedyam cha paramam cha dhama Tvaya tatam vishwam anantarupa. You are the original personality of Godhead, the oldest, the ultimate sanctuary of this manifested cosmic world. You are the knower of everything, and you are all that is knowable. You are the supreme refugee above the material modes. O limitless form, this whole cosmic manifestation is pervaded by you. Vayuryamagnir varunah shashankah Prajapatistvam prapitamahascha Namo namastestu sahasrakritvah Punascha bhuyopi namo namaste. You are air and you are the supreme controller. You are fire, you are water and you are the moon. You are Brahma, the first living creature, and you are the great grandfather. I therefore offer my respectful obeisances unto you 1,000 times and again and yet again. Namaha purastadasa prushtataste Namostute sarvat eva sarva Ananta viryamita vikramastvam Sarvam samapnosi tatosi sarva. Obeisances to you from the front, from behind and from all sides. O unbounded power, you are the master of limitless might. You are all pervading and thus you are everything. Sakheti matva prashabham yaduktam He Krishna, He Yadav, He Sakheti Ajanata mahimanam tavedam Maya pramadata pranayena vapi Yaccha vahasarthamat satkratosi Vihara sayyasan bhojanesu Ekotha vapyachit tat samaksham Takshamaye tamaham prameyam. Thinking of you as my friend, I have rashly addressed you. O Krishna, O Yadav, O my friend, not knowing your glories. Please forgive whatever I may have done in madness or in love. I have dishonored you many times, jesting as we relaxed, lay on the same bed, or sat or ate together, sometimes alone and sometimes in front of many friends. O infallible one, please excuse me for all those offenses. पितासि लोकस्य चराचरस्य त्वमस्य पूज्यश्च गुरुर्गरीयान् न त्वत्समोऽस्त्यभ्यधिकः कुतोऽन्यो लोकत्रयेऽप्यप्रतिम प्रभाव. You are the father of this complete cosmic manifestation of the moving and the non-moving. You are its worshipable chief, the supreme spiritual master. No one is equal to you, nor can anyone be one with you. How then could there be anyone greater than you within the three worlds, O Lord of immeasurable power? Tasmat pranamya pranidhaya kayam prasadaye त्वामहमीशमीड्यं पितेव पुत्रस्य सखेव सख्यो प्रियः प्रियार्हसि देव सोढुम्. You are the Supreme Lord, to be worshipped by every living being. Thus, I fall down to offer you my respectful obeisances and ask your mercy. As a father tolerates the impudence of his son, a friend the impertinence of a friend, or a husband the familiarity of his wife, please tolerate the wrongs I may have done you. अदृष्टपूर्वं हृषितोऽस्मि दृष्ट्वा भयेन च प्रव्यथितं मनो मे तदेव मे दर्शय देवरूपं प्रसीद देवेश जगन्निवास. After seeing this universal form, which I have never seen before, I am gladdened, but at the same time my mind is disturbed with fear. Therefore, please bestow your grace upon me and reveal again your form as the personality of Godhead. O Lord of Lords, O abode of the universe, Kiritinam Gadinam Chakrahastam Ichhami Tvam Drashtumaham Tatheva Tenaiva Rupena Chaturabhujena Sahasrabaho Bhava Vishwamurte. O universal form, O thousand-armed Lord, I wish to see you in your four-armed form, with helmeted head and with club, wheel, conch and lotus flower in your hands. I long to see you in that form. Shri Bhagwan Uvaj Maya prasannena tavarjunedam rupam param darshitamatmayogat tejomayam vishwamanantamadyam yanme twadanyena nadruštapurvam. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, My dear Arjuna, happily have I shown you by my internal potency this supreme universal form within the material world. No one before you has ever seen this primal form, unlimited and full of glaring effulgence. न वेद यज्ञाध्ययनैर्न दाने न च क्रियाभिर्न तपोभिरुग्रहे एवं रूपः शक्य अहं नृलोके द्रष्टुं त्वदन्येन कुरु प्रवीरा. O best of the Kuru warriors, no one before you has ever seen this universal form of mine. For neither by studying the Vedas, nor by performing sacrifices, nor by charity, nor by pious activities, nor by severe penances can I be seen in this form in the material world. माते व्यथा मा च विमूढ भावो दृष्ट्वा रूपं घोरमिदृङ्गं मेदं व्यपेतभिः प्रीतमनः पुनस्त्वं तदेव मे रूपम् इदं प्रपश्य. You have been perturbed and bewildered by seeing this horrible feature of mine. Now let it be finished. My devotee, be free again from all disturbances. With a peaceful mind, you can now see the form you desire. Sanjay Uvach Ityarjunam Vasudevah Tathoktvā Swakam Rupam Darshayamasa Bhuyah Ashvasayamasa cha bhitamenam Bhutva punah Saumya Vapur Mahatma. Sanjaya said to Dhritarashtra, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, having spoken thus to Arjuna, displayed his real four-armed form and at last showed his two-armed form, thus encouraging the fearful Arjuna. Arjun Uvac Drishtu Vedam Manusam Rupam Tava Saumyam Janardana Idanimasmi Samvrittaha Sachetaha Prakritim Gataha. When Arjuna thus saw Krishna in his original form, he said, O Janardana, seeing this human-like form, so very beautiful, I am now composed in mind, and I am restored to my original nature. Shri Bhagwan Uvach Sududarsham idam rupam Drushtavanasi yanmama Devapyasya rupasya Nityam darshan kamshina. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, My dear Arjuna, this form of mine you are now seeing is very difficult to behold. Even the demigods are ever seeking the opportunity to see this form, which is so dear. Naham Vedeha na tapasa na danena na chejaya Shakya evam vidho drashtum drashtavanasi mam yatha. The form you are seeing with your transcendental eyes cannot be understood simply by studying the Vedas, nor by undergoing serious penances, nor by charity, nor by worship. It is not by these means that one can see me as I am. Bhaktaya tvananyaya sakya aham evam vidhorjuna Gnatum drashtum cha tattvena praveshtum cha parantapa. My dear Arjuna, only by undivided devotional service can I be understood as I am, standing before you, and can thus be seen directly. Only in this way can you enter into the mysteries of my understanding. Mat karma kran mat मद्भक्तः सङ्गवर्जितः निर्वैरः सर्वभूतेषु यः स मामेति पाण्डव. My dear Arjuna, he who engages in my pure devotional service, free from the contaminations of fruitive activities and mental speculation, he who works for me, who makes me the supreme goal of his life, and who is friendly to every living being, he certainly comes to me. Arjun Uvaj Evam Satatayukta Ye Bhaktastvam Paryupasate Ye Chapyaksharma Vyaktam Tesham Ke Yogavittamaha. Arjuna inquired, which are considered to be more perfect, those who are always properly engaged in your devotional service, or those who worship the impersonal Brahman, the unmanifested? Shri Bhagwan Uvaj Maya Vaishya Mano Ye Mam Nitya Yukta Upasate Shraddhaya Parayopetah Te Me Yuktatama Matah. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, those who fix their minds on my personal form and are always engaged in worshipping me with great and transcendental faith are considered by me to be most perfect. Ye tvamaksharam nirdesham avyaktam paryupasate sarvatra gam chintayam cha kutastham achalam dhruvam sanniyamyendriya gramam sarvatra samabuddhayah te prapnuvanti mameva sarvabhutahite ratah. But those who fully worship the unmanifested, that which lies beyond the perception of the senses, the all-pervading, inconceivable, unchanging, fixed and immovable, the impersonal conception of the absolute truth, by controlling the various senses and being equally disposed to everyone, such persons engaged in the welfare of all at last achieve me. Kleshodhikatarastesham avyakta sakta chetasam avyakta hi gatir dukkham dehavadbhiravapyate. For those whose minds are attached to the unmanifested, impersonal feature of the Supreme, advancement is very troublesome. To make progress in that discipline is always difficult for those who are embodied. Ye tu sarvani karmani Mayi sanyasya matparaha ananyanaiva yogena mam dhyayanta upasate teshamaham samudharta mrityu sansara sagarat bhavamina chirat partha maya vesita chetasam. But those who worship me, giving up all their activities unto me and being devoted to me without deviation, engaged in devotional service and always meditating upon me, having fixed their minds upon me, O son of Pratha, for them I am the swift deliverer from the ocean of birth, and death. मय्येव मनाधस्व मयि बुद्धिं निवेशय निवसिष्यसि मय्येव अत ऊर्ध्वं न संशयः. Just fix your mind upon me, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and engage all your intelligence in me. Thus you will live in me always, without a doubt. अथ चित्तं समाधातुं न शक्नोषि मयि स्थिरम् अभ्यासयोगेन ततो माम् इच्छाप्तुं धनञ्जय. My dear Arjuna, O winner of wealth, if you cannot fix your mind upon me without deviation, then follow the regulative principles of Bhakti Yoga. In this way, develop a desire to attain me. Abhyasepya samarthosi mat karma paramo bhava madarthampi karmani kurvan siddhimavapsyasi. If you cannot practice the regulations of Bhakti Yoga, then just try to work for me, because by working for me, you will come to the perfect stage. अथे तदप्यसक्तोऽसि कर्तुं मद्योगमाश्रितः सर्वकर्मफलत्यागं ततः कुरु यतात्मवान्. If, however, you are unable to work in this consciousness of me, then try to act giving up all results of your work and try to be self-situated. Shreyo hi jnanamabhyasat jnanadhyanam vishishyate dhyanat karma phala tyagah tyaga chantiranantaram. If you cannot take to this practice, then engage yourself in the cultivation of knowledge. Better than knowledge, however, is meditation, and better than meditation is renunciation of the fruits of action. For by such renunciation one can attain peace of mind. Adveshta sarvabhutanam maitrah karuna eva cha nirmamo nirhankarah sama dukkha sukha chami santushtah satatam yogi yatatma dridhanishchaya mayi arpita mano buddhi yo mad bhaktah same priya. One who is not envious but is a kind friend to all living entities, who does not think himself a proprietor and is free from false ego, who is equal in both happiness and distress, who is tolerant, always satisfied, self-controlled, and engaged in devotional service with determination, his mind and intelligence fixed on me, such a devotee of mine is very dear to me. Yasmanno dvijate loko lokanno dvijate chayah harshamaşarbhayo dvege mukto yah sacha me priya. He by whom no one is put into difficulty and who is not disturbed by anyone, who is equipoised in happiness and distress, fear and anxiety, is very dear to me. Anapeksha suchiradaksha udasino gatavyatha sarvarambha parityagi yo mad bhaktah same priya. My devotee who is not dependent on the ordinary course of activities, who is pure, expert, without cares, free from all pains, and not striving for some result, is very dear to me. Yo na rashyati na dveshti na sochati na kankshati शुभाशुभ परित्यागी भक्तिमान्यः स मे प्रियः. One who neither rejoices nor grieves, who neither laments nor desires, and who renounces both auspicious and inauspicious things, such a devotee is very dear to me. समः शत्रौ च मित्रे च तथा मानापमानयोः शीतोष्णसुखदुःखेषु समः सङ्गविवर्जितः तुल्यनिन्दास्तुतिर्मौनी सन्तुष्टो येन केनचित् अनिकेतः स्थिरमतिः भक्तिमान् मे प्रियो नरः. One who is equal to friends and enemies, who is equipoised in honor and dishonor, heat and cold, happiness and distress, fame and infamy, who is always free from contaminating association, always silent and satisfied with anything, who doesn't care for any residence, who is fixed in knowledge and who is engaged in devotional service, such a person is very dear to me. Ye tu dharmamritamidam yathoktam paryupasate shraddha namata parama Bhaktastetiv me priya. Those who follow this imperishable path of devotional service and who completely engage themselves with faith, making me the supreme goal, are very, very dear to me. Arjun Uvach Prakritim Purusham Chaiva Kshetram क्षेत्रज्ञमेव च एतद्वेदितुमिच्छामि ज्ञानं ज्ञेयं च केशव. श्रीभगवान् उवाच इदं शरीरं कौन्तेय क्षेत्रमित्यभिधीयते एतद्यो वेत्ति तं प्राहुः क्षेत्रज्ञ इति तद्विदः. Arjuna said, "O my dear Krishna, I wish to know about Prakriti, nature, Purusha, the enjoyer, and the field, and the knower of the field, and of knowledge, and the object of knowledge." The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, "This body, O son of Kunti, is called the field, and one who knows this body is called the knower of the field. Kshetrajñam chapi mam vidhi sarva kshetresu bharata kshetrajñayor jnanam yattach jnanam matam mama." O sign of Bharata, you should understand that I am also the knower in all bodies, and to understand this body and its knower is called knowledge. That is my opinion. Tatshetram yaccha yadrakcha yadvikari yatascha yat sachayo yat prabhavascha tatsamasen me shanu. Now please hear my brief description of this field of activity and how it is constituted, what its changes are, whence it is produced, who that knower of the field of activities is and what his influences are. ऋषिभिर् बहुधा गीतं छन्दोभिर् विविधे पृथक् ब्रह्मसूत्रपदैश्चैव हेतुमतभिर् विनिश्चते. That knowledge of the field of activities and of the knower of activities is described by various sages in various Vedic writings. It is specially presented in Vedanta Sutra with all reasoning as to cause and effect. Mahabhutanyahangaro बुद्धिरव्यक्तमेव च इन्द्रियाणि दशैकं च पञ्चचेन्द्रियगोचरः इच्छा द्वेषः सुखं दुःखं सङ्घातश्चेतना धृतिः एतच्छेत्रं समासेन सविकारमुदारितम्. The five great elements, false ego, intelligence, the unmanifested, the 10 senses and the mind, the 5 sense objects, desire, hatred, happiness, distress, the aggregate, the life symptoms and convictions, all these are considered in summary to be the field of activities and its interactions. अमानित्वम् अदम्भित्वम् अहिंसा क्षान्तिरार्जवम् आचार्योपासनं शौचम् स्थैर्यमात्मा विनिग्रह इन्द्रियार्थेषु वैराग्यम् अहङ्कार एव च जन्म मृत्यु जरा व्याधि दुःख दोषानुदर्शनम् असक्तिः अनभिस्वङ्गः पुत्रदारगृहादिषु नित्यं च समचित्तत्वम् इष्टानिष्टोपपत्तिषु मयि चानन्ययोगेन भक्तिर्व्याभिचारिणी विविक्तदेशसेवित्वम् अरतिर्जनसंसदि अध्यात्मज्ञाननित्यत्वम् तत्त्वज्ञानार्थदर्शनम् एतच् ज्ञानम् इति प्रोक्तम् अज्ञानं यदतोऽन्यथा. Humility, pridelessness, non-violence, tolerance, simplicity, approaching a bona fide spiritual master, cleanliness, steadiness, self-control, renunciation of the objects of sense gratification, absence of false ego, the perception of the evil of birth, death, old age and disease, detachment, freedom from entanglement with children, wife, home and the rest, even mindedness amid pleasant and unpleasant events, constant and unalloyed devotion to me, aspiring to live in a solitary place, detachment from the general mass of people, accepting the importance of self-realization and philosophical search for the absolute truth. All these I declare to be knowledge, and besides this, whatever there may be is ignorance. ज्ञेयं यत् तत् प्रवक्ष्यामि यज्ञात्वामृतमश्नुते अनादिमत्परं ब्रह्म न सत्तन्नासदुच्यते. I shall now explain the knowable, knowing which you will taste the eternal. Brahman, the spirit, beginningless and subordinate to me, lies beyond the cause and effect of this material world. Sarvatah panipadam tat sarvato chishiro mukham sarvatah shruti malloke sarvamavritya tisthati. Everywhere are his hands and legs, his eyes, heads and faces, and he has ears everywhere. In this way, the super soul exists, pervading everything. Sarvendriya gunabhasam, sarvendriya vivarjitam, asaktam sarvabhrutcheva, nirgunam gunabhaktracha. The super soul is the original source of all senses, yet he is without senses. He is unattached, although he is the maintainer of all living beings. He transcends the modes of nature, and at the same time, he is the master of all the modes of material nature. Bahirantascha bhutanam acharam charameva cha Sukshma tattvat tad vigneyam durastham chantike cha tat. The supreme truth exists outside and inside of all living beings, the moving and the non-moving. Because he is subtle, he is beyond the power of the material senses to see or to know. Although far, far away, he is also near to all. Avibhaktam cha bhutesu vibhaktamiva cha sthitam bhutabhartar tatachgneyam grashishnu prabhavishnu cha. Although the super soul appears to be divided among all beings, he is never divided. He is situated as one. Although he is the maintainer of every living entity, it is to be understood that he devours and develops all. Jyotisamapi taja jyotihi tamasah paramuchyate jnanam gneyam gnanagamyam Radi sarvasya vishtitam. He is the source of light in all luminous objects. He is beyond the darkness of matter and is unmanifested. He is knowledge. He is the object of knowledge, and he is the goal of knowledge. He is situated in everyone's heart. Iti kshetram tatha jnanam gneyam choktam samasataha madabhakta etad vignaya madabhavayopapadyate. Thus the field of activities, the body, knowledge and the knowable have been summarily described by me. Only my devotees can understand this thoroughly and thus attain to my nature. Prakritim purusham chaiva vidhyanadi ubhavapi vikaranscha gunanscha vidhi prakriti sambhavan. Material nature and the living entities should be understood to be beginningless. Their transformations and the modes of matter are products of material nature. Karya karan kartatve hetu prakritiruchyate purushah sukha dukkhanam bhoktratve heturuchyate. Nature is said to be the cause of all material causes and effects, whereas the living entity is the cause of the various sufferings and enjoyments in this world. Purushah prakritistho hi bhungte prakritijan gunan karan gun sangosya sadasadyo janmasu. The living entity in material nature thus follows the ways of life, enjoying the three modes of nature. This is due to his association with that material nature. Thus, he meets with good and evil among various species. Upadrashtanumanta cha bharta bhokta maheshwara parmatmeti chapayukto dehesmin purusha para. Yet in this body there is another, a transcendental enjoyer, who is the Lord, the Supreme Proprietor, who exists as the overseer and permitter, and who is known as the Super Soul. Ya evam vetti purusham prakritim cha gunehi saha sarvatha vartamanopi nasa bhuyo bhijayate. One who understands this philosophy concerning material nature, the living entity, and the interaction of the modes of nature is sure to attain liberation. He will not take birth here again, regardless of his present position. ध्यानेनात्मनि पश्यन्ति केचिदात्मानमात्मना अन्ये सांख्येन योगेन कर्मयोगेन च परे. Some perceive the super soul within themselves through meditation, others through the cultivation of knowledge, and still others through working without fruitive desires. Anye tvevamajānantah śrutvanebhya upasate tepi chatitarantev mrityum shruti parayanah. Again there are those who, although not conversant in spiritual knowledge, begin to worship the Supreme Person upon hearing about Him from others. Because of their tendency to hear from authorities, they also transcend the path of birth and death. Yavat sanjayate kinchit sattvam sthavara jangamam kshetra kshetragnya sanyogat tadvithi bharatarshava. O chief of the Bharatas, know that whatever you see in existence, both the moving and the non-moving, is only a combination of the field of activities and the knower of the field. Samam sarvesu bhutesu tishtantam parameshwaram vinashyantva vinashyantam yaha pashyati sapashyati. One who sees the super soul accompanying the individual soul in all bodies, and who understands that neither the soul nor the super soul within the destructible body is ever destroyed, actually sees. Samam pashyan hi sarvatra samavasthitam ishwaram nahi nastyatmanatmanam tato yati parangatim. One who sees the super soul equally present everywhere in every living being does not degrade himself by his mind. Thus, he approaches the transcendental destination. Prakrteva cha karmani kriyamanani sarvasaha yaha pashyati tathatmanam akartaram sa pashyati. One who can see that all activities are performed by the body, which is created of material nature, and sees that the self does nothing, actually sees. Yada bhuta prathaga bhavam ekastham nu pashyati tata eva cha vistaram brahma sampadyate tada. When a sensible man ceases to see different identities due to different material bodies, and he sees how beings are expanded everywhere, he attains to the Brahman conception. Anaditvan nirgunatvat paramayatmayam avyayaha sarirasthopi kaunteya na karoti na lipyate. Those with the vision of eternity can see that the imperishable soul is transcendental, eternal, and beyond the modes of nature. Despite contact with the material body, O Arjuna, the soul neither does anything nor is entangled. Yatha sarvagatam sakshamyat akasham nopalipyate sarvatravasthito dehe tathatmanopalipyate. The sky, due to its subtle nature, does not mix with anything, although it is all-pervading. Similarly, the soul, situated in Brahman vision, does not mix with the body, though situated in that body. Yatha prakashayatekaha krutasanam lokamimam ravihi kshetram kshetri tatha krishnam prakashayati bharata. O son of Bharata, as the sun alone illuminates all this universe, so does the living entity, one within the body, illuminate the entire body by consciousness. Kshetra kshetrajnayorevam antaram jnana chakshusha bhuta prakriti moksham cha ye viduryanti te param. Those who see with eyes of knowledge the difference between the body and the knower of the body, and can also understand the process of liberation from bondage in material nature, attain to the supreme goal. Shri Bhagwan Uvach Param Bhuyah Pravakshami Jnananam Jnanamuttamam Yajgnatva Muniyah Sarve Param Siddhimito Gataha. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, "Again I shall declare to you this supreme wisdom, the best of all knowledge, knowing which all the sages have attained the supreme perfection. Idam jnanupashritya mama sardharmyam agataha sargepi nopajayante pralayena vyathanti cha." By becoming fixed in this knowledge, one can attain to the transcendental nature like my own. Thus established, one is not born at the time of creation or disturbed at the time of dissolution. Mama yonir mahad brahma tasmin garbham dadhamyaham संभवः सर्वभूतानां ततो भवति भारत. The total material substances called Brahman is the source of birth, and it is that Brahman that I impregnate, making possible the births of all living beings. O son of Bharata, Sarva Yonisu Kaunteya Murtayah Sambhavanti Yah Tasam Brahma Mahadyanira Aham Bija Pradapita. It should be understood that all species of life, O son of Kunti, are made possible by birth in this material nature, and that I am the seed-giving father. Sattvam rajastam iti gunaha prakriti sambhavaha nibadhananti mahabaho dehe dehinam vyayam. Material nature consists of three modes: goodness, passion, and ignorance. When the eternal living entity comes in contact with nature, O mighty armed Arjuna, he becomes conditioned by these modes. Tatra sattvam nirmaltvata prakashakam anamayam sukha sangena badhanati jnana sangena chanagha. O sinless one, the mode of goodness, being purer than the others, is illuminating, and it frees one from all sinful reactions. Those situated in that mode become conditioned by a sense of happiness and knowledge. Rajo ragatmakam vidhi Trishna Sangha Samudbhavam Tannibadhanati Kaunteya Karma Sangena Dehinam. The mode of passion is born of unlimited desires and longings, O son of Kunti, and because of this, the embodied living entity is bound to material fruitive actions. Tamastva jnanajam vidhi mohanam sarvadehinam pramadalasya nidrabhi tannibadhanati bharata. O son of Bharata, know that the mode of darkness, born of ignorance, is the delusion of all embodied living entities. The result of this mode are madness, indolence, and sleep, which bind the conditioned soul. Sattvam sukhe sanjayati rajah karmani bharata jnanamavritya tu tamaha pramade sanjayatyuta. O son of Bharata, the mode of goodness conditions one to happiness, passion conditions one to fruitive action, and ignorance, covering one's knowledge, binds one to madness. Rajastamascha vibhuya sattvam bhavati bharata Rajaha sattvam tamascheva tamaha sattvam rajastatha. Sometimes the mode of goodness becomes prominent, defeating the modes of passion and ignorance. O son of Bharata, sometimes the mode of passion defeats goodness and ignorance, and at other times ignorance defeats goodness and passion. In this way, there is always competition for supremacy. Sarvadvaresu dehesmin प्रकाश उपजायते ज्ञानं यदा तदा विद्यात् विवृद्धं सत्त्वमित्युत. The manifestation of the mode of goodness can be experienced when all the gates of the body are illuminated by knowledge. Lobha pravrittirarambha कर्मणामशमः स्पर्हा रजस्येतानि जायन्ते विवृद्धे भरतर्षभा. O chief of the Bharatas, when there is an increase in the mode of passion, the symptoms of great attachment, fruitive activity, intense endeavor, and uncontrollable desire and hankering develop. Aprakasho apravrittischa pramado moha evacha tamasyetani jayante vivruddhe kuru nandana. When there is an increase in the mode of ignorance, O son of Kuru, darkness, inertia, madness and illusion are manifested. Yada sattve pravraddhe tu pralayam yati deha bhrut tadotam vidam lokan amalam pratipadyate. When one dies in the mode of goodness, he attains to the pure higher planets of the great sages. Rajasi pralayam gatva karma sanghi sujayate tatha pralinastamasi mudayoni sujayate. When one dies in the mode of passion, he takes birth among those engaged in fruitive activities, and when one dies in the mode of ignorance, he takes birth in the animal kingdom. Karmanaha sukritasyahu satvikam nirmalam phalam rajasastu phalam dukkham ajnanam tamasah phalam. The result of pious action is pure and is said to be in the mode of goodness, but action done in the mode of passion results in misery, and action performed in the mode of ignorance results in foolishness. Sattvat sanjayate jnanam rajaso lobha evacha pramadamaho tamaso bhavato jnanamevacha. From the mode of goodness, real knowledge develops. From the mode of passion, greed develops. And from the ignorance, develop foolishness, madness and illusion. Urdhvam gachanti tattvastha madhye tishthanti rajasa jaghanya guna vruttistha adho gachanti tamasa. Those situated in the mode of goodness gradually go upward to the higher planets. Those in the mode of passion live on the earthly planets, and those in the abominable mode of ignorance go down to the hellish worlds. Nanyam gunebhya kartaram yada drashtanu pashyati gunebhyascha param vetti madbhavam sodhigacchati. When one properly sees that in all activities no other performer is at work than these modes of nature, and he knows the Supreme Lord who is transcendental to all these modes, he attains my spiritual nature. Guna netana titya trin dehi देहसमुद्भवान् जन्म मृत्यु जरा दुःखेर विमुक्तो मृतमश्नुते. When the embodied being is able to transcend these three modes associated with the material body, he can become free from birth, death, old age, and their distress, and can enjoy nectar even in this life. Arjuna uvac कैर्लिङ्गे स्त्रीङ्गुणानेतान् अतितो भवति प्रभो किमाचारः कथं चैतां स्त्रीङ्गुणान्ति वर्तते. Arjuna inquired, O my dear Lord, by which symptoms is one known who is transcendental to these three modes? What is his behavior and how does he transcend the modes of nature? Shri Bhagwan uvac prakasham cha pravrittim cha mohameva cha pandava na dveshti sampravrittani na nivrittani kankshati udasina vadasino guneryo न विचाल्यते गुणावर्तन्त इत्येवं योऽवतिष्ठति नैङ्गते. समदुःखा सुखा स्वस्था समलोष्टास्मकाञ्चनः तुल्यप्रिया प्रियो धीरः तुल्यनिन्दात्मसंस्तुतिः मानापमानस्तुल्यस् तुल्यमित्रारिपक्षयो सर्वारम्भ परित्यागी गुणातीतः स उच्यते. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, O son of Pandu, he who does not have illumination, attachment and delusion when they are present or long for them, when they disappear, who is unwavering and undisturbed through all these reactions of the material qualities, remaining neutral and transcendental, knowing that the modes alone are active, who is situated in the self and regards alike happiness and distress, who looks upon a lump of earth, a stone, and a piece of gold with an equal eye, who is equal toward the desirable and the undesirable, who is steady, situated equally well in praise and blame, honor and dishonor, who treats alike both friend and enemy, and who has renounced all material activities. Such a person is said to have transcended the modes of nature. Mam cha yo vyabhicharena bhakti yogena sevate sagunan samatitetan brahma bhuyaya kalpate. One who engages in full devotional service, unfailing in all circumstances, at once transcends the modes of material nature and thus comes to the level of Brahman. Brahmano hi pratisthaham amritasya vyayasya cha shashvatasya cha dharmasya sukhasya kantikasya cha. And I am the basis of the impersonal Brahman, which is immortal, imperishable, and eternal, and is the constitutional position of ultimate happiness. Shri Bhagwan uvac urdhva mulam madha sakham ashwatham prahurvyayam chandansi yasya parnani Yastam Veda sa Vedavid. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, it is said that there is an imperishable banyan tree that has its roots upward and its branches down, and whose leaves are the Vedic hymns. One who knows this tree is the knower of the Vedas. Adhaschordhvam prasuta tasya sakha गुणप्रवृद्धा विषयप्रवालः अधश्च मूल्यान्यनुसन्ततानि कर्मानुबन्धीनि मनुष्यलोके. The branches of this tree extend downward and upward, nourished by the three modes of material nature. The twigs are the objects of the senses. This tree also has roots going down, and these are bound to the fruitive actions of human society. न रूपमस्येह तथोपलभ्यते नान्तो न चादिर्न च सम्प्रतिष्ठा अश्वत्थमेनं सुविरूढमूलं सङ्गशस्त्रेण दृढेन छित्त्वा ततः पदं तत्परिमार्गितव्यं यस्मिन् गता न निवर्तन्ति भूयः तमेव चाद्यं पुरुषं प्रपद्ये यतः प्रवृत्तिः प्रसृता पुराणी. The real form of this tree cannot be perceived in this world. No one can understand where it ends, where it begins, or where its foundation is. But with determination, one must cut down this strongly rooted tree with the weapon of detachment. Thereafter, one must seek that place from which, having gone, one never returns, and there surrender to that Supreme Personality of Godhead, from whom everything began and from whom everything has extended since time immemorial. Nirmana moha jita sanga dosha adhyatma nitya vinivratta kama dvandir vimukta sukha dukha samner gacchantyamuda padamamvyayam tata. Those who are free from false prestige, illusion and false association, who understand the eternal, who are done with material lust, who are freed from the dualities of happiness and distress, who unbewildered, who know to surrender unto the Supreme Person, attain to that eternal kingdom. न तद्भाष्यते सूर्यो न शशाङ्को न पावकः यद्गत्वा न निवर्तन्ते तद्धाम परमं मम. The supreme abode of mind is not illuminated by the sun or moon, nor by fire or electricity. Those who reach it never return to this material world. Mamevansho jivaloke jivabhutah sanatanaha manah shashthanindriyani prakriti sthani karshati. The living entities in this conditioned world are my eternal fragmental parts. Due to conditioned life, they are struggling very hard with the six senses, which include the mind. Shariram yadavapnoti yachapyutkramatiśvarah grahitvetani sanyati vayurgandhani vashayat. The living entity in the material world carries his different conceptions of life from one body to another as the air carries aromas. Thus, he takes one kind of body and again quits it to take another. Shrotram chakshuha sparshanam cha rasanam granameva cha adhisthaya manaschayam vishayana upasevate. The living entity, thus taking another gross body, obtain a certain type of ear, eye, tongue, nose and sense of touch, which are grouped about the mind. He thus enjoys a particular set of sense objects. Utkramantam sthitam vapi bhunjanam va gunanvitam vimudānānupashyanti pashyanti jnana chakshusa. The foolish cannot understand how a living entity can quit his body, nor can they understand what sort of body he enjoys under the spell of the modes of nature. But one whose eyes are trained in knowledge can see all this. Yatanto yoginaschainam pasyantyatmanyavasthitam yatantopyakritatmano nainam pasyantyachetasa. The endeavoring transcendentalists who are situated in self-realization can see all this clearly, but those whose minds are not developed and who are not situated in self-realization cannot see what is taking place, though they may try to. Yada dityagatam tejo jagad bhashayate khilam yachandramasi yachagno tattejo vidhi mamakam. The splendor of the sun, which dissipates the darkness of this whole world, comes from me, and the splendor of the moon and the splendor of the fire are also from me. Gama vishya cha bhutani dharyamyaham mojasa pushnami chaushadhiya sarva somo bhutva rasatmakaha. I enter into each planet and my energy, they stay in orbit. I become the moon and thereby supply the juice of life to all vegetables. Aham Vaishvanaro Bhutva Praninam Dehamashritah Pranapana Samayuktaha Pachami Annam Chaturvidham. I am the fire of digestion in the bodies of all living entities, and I join with the air of life, outgoing and incoming, to digest the four kinds of food stuff. Sarvasya chaham hridhi sannivishto matah smrtir jnanam pohanam cha vedesya sarver aham eva vedyo vedanta kridveda videva chaham. I am seated in everyone's heart, and from me come remembrance, knowledge and forgetfulness. By all the Vedas, I am to be known. Indeed, I am the compiler of Vedanta, and I am the knower of the Vedas. Dvavimau purushau loke charashchakshara eva cha charaha sarvani bhutani kutastho kshara uchyate. There are two classes of beings, the fallible and the infallible. In the material world, every living entity is fallible, and in the spiritual world, every living entity is called infallible. Uttamaha purusastvanyaha परमात्मेत्युदारतः यो लोकत्रयमाविश्य बिभर्त्य व्यय ईश्वरः. Besides these two, there is the greatest living personality, the Supreme Soul, the imperishable Lord Himself, who has entered the three worlds and is maintaining them. Yasmaksharam atitoham aksharadapi chottamah atosmi loke vede cha prathitah purushottamah. Because I am transcendental, beyond both the fallible and the infallible, and because I am the greatest, I am celebrated both in the world and in the Vedas as that Supreme Person. Yo mameva sammudo janati purushottamam sa sarvavida bhajati mam sarvabhavena bharata. Whoever knows me as the Supreme Personality of Godhead without doubting is the knower of everything. He therefore engages himself in full devotional service to me, O son of Bharata. Iti guhyatam sastram idamuktam maya nagha etat buddhva buddhimanastyat kritakrityascha bharata. This is the most confidential part of the Vedic scriptures, O sinless one, and it is disclosed now by me. Whoever understands this will become wise, and his endeavors will know perfection. Shri Bhagwan Uvach Abhayam Sattva Sansuddhir Jnana Yoga Vyavasthitihi Danam Damascha Yajnascha Swadhyayastapa Arjavam Ahimsa Satyam Krodha Tyagah Shantirpaishunam Daya Bhuteshvalo Luptvam Mardvam Rirachapalam Teja Chama Dhritiya Saucham Adroho Natimanita Bhavanti Sampadam Devim Abhijatasya Bharata. Renunciation, tranquility, aversion to fault finding, compassion for all living entities, freedom from covetousness, gentleness, modesty, steady determination, vigor, forgiveness, fortitude, cleanliness, and freedom from envy and from the passion for honor. These transcendental qualities, O son of Bharata, belong to godly men endowed with divine nature. Dambho darpabhimanascha krodha parushyameva cha ajnanam cha bhijatasya partha sampadamasurim. Pride, arrogance, conceit, anger, harshness and ignorance, these qualities belong to those of demoniac nature, O son of Pritha. Devi sampad vimokshaya nibandhaya surimata masuchaha sampadam devim abhijatosi pandava. The transcendental qualities are conducive to liberation, whereas the demonic qualities make for bondage. Do not worry, O son of Pandu, for you are born with the divine qualities. Dho bhuta sargo lokesmin deva asur eva cha devo vistar saha prokta asuram partha me shranu. O son of Pritha, in this world there are two kinds of created beings. One is called the divine and the other demoniac. I have already explained to you at length the divine qualities. Now hear from me of the demoniac. प्रवृत्तिं च निवृत्तिं च जनान विदुरासुरः न शौचं नापि चाचारो न satyam teshu vidyate. Those who are demoniac do not know what is to be done and what is not to be done. Neither cleanliness nor proper behavior nor truth is found in them. Asatyam apratishtham te jagadahuranishwaram aparaspar sambhutam kimanyat kamahetukam. They say that this world is unreal with no foundation, no God in control. They say that it is produced of sex desire and has no cause other than lust. Etam drishtim vastabhya nashtatmanolpabuddhayah prabhavantyukra karmana chayaya jagato hitah. Following such conclusions, the demoniac who are lost to themselves and who have no intelligence engage in unbeneficial, horrible works mean to destroy the world. Kamamashritya duspuram dambhaman madanvitah mohat grahitva satgrahan pravartante asuchivratah. Taking shelter of insatiable lust and absorbed in the conceit of pride and false prestige, the demoniac, thus illusioned, are always sworn to unclean work, attracted by the impermanent. Chintam parimeyam cha pralayantamupashritah कामोपभोग परमा एतावदिति निश्चितः आशा पाश सतिर्बद्धा काम क्रोध परायणः इहन्ते काम भोगार्थम अन्ययेनार्थ संचयान. They believe that to gratify the senses is the prime necessity of human civilization. Thus, until the end of life, their anxiety is immeasurable, bound by a network of hundreds of thousands of desires and absorbed in lust and anger. They secure money by illegal means for sense gratification. Idamadya maya labdham imam prapsye manoratham idamasti idamapi me bhavishyati punardhanam aso maya hatah satrur hanishye chaparanapi ishwaroham aham bhogi siddham balvan sukhi aryo bhijanvanasmi konyosti sadrasho maya yakshe dasyami modisya ityajnana vimohita. The demonic person thinks, so much wealth do I have today and I will gain more according to my schemes. So much is mine now and it will increase in the future more and more. He is my enemy and I have killed him, and my other enemies will also be killed. I am the Lord of everything. I am the enjoyer. I am perfect, powerful and happy. I am the richest man surrounded by aristocratic relatives. There is none so powerful and happy as I am. I shall perform sacrifices. I shall give some charity and thus I shall rejoice. In this way, such persons are deluded by ignorance. Aneka chitta vibranta mohajal samavratah prasaktah kama bhogesu patanti narakesu च. Thus perplexed by various anxieties and bound by a network of illusions, they become too strongly attached to sense enjoyment and fall down into hell. आत्मसंभावितः स्तब्धा धनमान्मदान्वितः यजन्ते नाम यज्ञस्ते दम्भेना विधिपूर्वकम्. Self-complacent and always impudent, deluded by wealth and false prestige, they sometimes proudly perform sacrifices in name only, without following any rules or regulations. Ahankaram balam darpam kamam krodham cha sansritaha mamatma pardehesu pradvishantobhyasuyakaha. Bewildered by false ego, strength, pride, lust and anger, the demons become envious of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is situated in their own bodies and in the bodies of others, and blaspheme against the real religion. Tanaham dushyatah kruran sansaresu naradhaman क्षिपाम्य जस्र मशुभाना आसुरीस्वम एव योनिषु. Those who are envious and mischievous, who are the lowest among men, are perpetually cast into the ocean of material existence, into various demonic species of life. आसुरीं योनिमापन्ना मूढा जन्मनि जन्मनि मामप्राप्येव कौन्तेय ततो यान्त्यधमां गतिम्. Attaining repeated birth amongst the species of demonic life, O son of Kunti, such persons can never approach me. Gradually they sink down to the most abominable type of existence. Trividham narakashedam dwaram nashanmatmanah kamah krodhastatha lobha tasmat detatriyam tajet. There are 3 gates leading to this hell: lust, anger and greed. Every sane man should give these up, for they lead to the degradation of the soul. Eter vimuktah kaunteya tamodvare sribhir narah achartyatmanah shreyah tato yati param gatim. The man who has escaped these 3 gates of hell, O son of Kunti, performs acts conducive to self-realization and thus gradually attains the supreme destination. Yah sastra vidhi mutsrujya vartate kamakaratah na sav siddhi vapnoti na sukham na param gatim. He who discards scriptural injunctions and acts according to his own whims attains neither perfection nor happiness nor the supreme destination. Tasmat shastram pramanam te karya karya vyavasthito ज्ञात्वा शास्त्र विधानोक्तम कर्म कर्तुमिहार्हसि. One should therefore understand what is duty and what is not duty by the regulations of the scriptures. Knowing such rules and regulations, one should act so that he may gradually be elevated. Arjuna ये शास्त्रविधिमुत्सृज्य यजन्ते श्रद्धयान्वितः तेषां निष्ठा तु का कृष्ण सत्त्वमाहो रजस्तमः. Arjuna inquired, O Krishna, what is the situation of those who do not follow the principles of scripture but worship according to their own imagination? Are they in goodness, in passion, or in ignorance? Shri Bhagwan Uvaj Trividha Bhavati Shraddha Dehinam Sa Swabhavaja Satviki Rajasi Chaiva Tamasi Chetitam Shranu. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, according to the modes of nature acquired by the embodied soul, one's faith can be of three kinds: in goodness, in passion, or in ignorance. Now, hear about this. Sattvanurupa sarvasya Shraddha bhavati bharata Shraddha mayoyam purushoyo Yachraddha sa eva sa. O son of Bharata, according to one's existence under the various modes of nature, one evolves a particular kind of faith. The living being is said to be of a particular faith according to the modes he has acquired. Yajante satvika devan yaksharakshansi rajasaha pretan bhutaganaschanye yajante tamasa janaha. Men in the mode of goodness worship the demigods. Those in the mode of passion worship the demons, and those in the mode of ignorance worship ghosts and spirits. Asastra vihitam ghoram tapyante ye tapo janaha dambha ahankara sayukta kamaraga balanvita karshayantah sarirastham bhutagramam chetasah mam chaivantah sarirastham tan vidhayasuranischayan. Those who undergo severe austerities and penances not recommended in the scriptures, performing them out of pride and egoism, who are impelled by lust and attachment, who are foolish and who torture the material elements of the body as well as the super soul dwelling within, are to be known as demons. Aharastvapi sarvasya trividho bhavati priya yajnastapastatha danam tesham vedamimam shranu. Even the food each person prefers is of three kinds according to the three modes of material nature. The same is true of sacrifices, austerities, and charity. Now hear of the distinctions between them. Ayuh sattva balarogya sukha priti vivardhana rasya snigdha sthiraradya aharaha satvik priya. Foods dear to those in the mode of goodness increase the duration of life, purify one's existence, and give strength, health, happiness, and satisfaction. Such foods are juicy, fatty, wholesome, and pleasing to the heart. Katvam la lavanatyusna tikshna ruksha vidahina ahara rajasashyeshta dukkha sokamaya prada. Foods that are too bitter, too sour, salty, hot, pungent, dry and burning are dear to those in the mode of passion. Such foods cause distress, misery and disease. Yat yamam gatarasam puti paryushitam chayat uchhistam api chamedhyam bhojanam tamasa priyam. Food prepared more than 3 hours before being eaten, food that is tasteless, decomposed and putrid, and food consisting of remains and untouchable things is dear to those in the mode of darkness. Afalakankshi bhiryagnya vidhidishto ya ijyate yashtavyam iveti manaha samadhaya sasatvika. Of sacrifices, the sacrifice performed according to the directions of Scripture as a matter of duty by those who desire no reward is of the nature of goodness. Abhisandhaya tu phalam dambhartham api chaivayat ijyate bharat shreshtam tam yajnam vidhi rajasam. But the sacrifice performed for some material benefit or for the sake of pride, O chief of the Bharatas, you should know to be in the mode of passion. Vidhihinam ashrashtanam mantrahinam madakshinam shraddha virahitam yajnam tamasam parichakshate. Any sacrifice performed without regard for the directions of Scripture, without distribution of prasadam, spiritual food, without chanting of Vedic hymns and remunerations to the priests, and without faith is considered to be in the mode of ignorance. Deva dvija guru prajna pujanam sauchamarjavam brahmacharya mahimsa cha sariram tapa uchyate. Austerity of the body consists in worship of the Supreme Lord, the Brahmans, the spiritual master, and superiors like the father and mother, and in cleanliness, simplicity, celibacy, and non-violence. Anudvegakaram vakyam satyam priyahitam chayat swadhyaya bhyasnam chaiva vanmayam tapa uchyate. Austerity of speech consists in speaking words that are truthful, pleasing, beneficial, and not agitating to others, and also in regularly reciting Vedic literature. Manaha prasada saumyatvam maunamatma vinigraha bhava samsuddhirityeta tapo manasamuchyate. And satisfaction, simplicity, gravity, self-control, and purification of one's existence are the austerities of the mind. Shraddhaya paraya taptam tapastri vidham narhe afala kankshi bhiryukte satvikam parichakshate. This threefold austerity performed with transcendental faith by men not expecting material benefits but engaged only for the sake of the Supreme is called austerity in goodness. Satkaramana pujartham tapodambhena chaivayat kriyate tadiha proktam rajasam chalam dhruvam. Penance performed out of pride and for the sake of gaining respect, honor, and worship is said to be in the mode of passion. It is neither stable nor permanent. मूढग्राहेणात्मनो यत् पीडया क्रियते तपः परस्योत्साधनार्थं वा तत्तामसमुदारतम्. Penance performed out of foolishness with self-torture or to destroy or injure others is said to be in the mode of ignorance. दातव्यमिति यद्दानं दीयते नुपकारिणे देशे काले च पात्रे च तद्दानं सात्विकं स्मृतम्. Charity given out of duty without expectation of return at the proper time and place and to a worthy person is considered to be in the mode of goodness. Yattu pratyukarartham phalamudishya va punaha diyate cha pariklishtam taddanam rajasam smritam. But charity performed with the expectation of some return or with a desire for fruitive results or in a grudging mood is said to be charity in the mode of passion. Adesha kale yaddanam apatrebhyascha diyate asatkritam vagnatam tattamasamudaratam. And charity performed at an impure place, at an improper time, to unworthy person or without proper attention and respect is said to be in the mode of ignorance. Om tassaditi nirdesho brahman strividha smrtaha brahmanastena vedascha yajñascha vihitaha pura. From the beginning of creation, the three words Om, Tat, Sat were used to indicate the supreme absolute truth. These three symbolic representations were used by Brahmins while chanting the hymns of the Vedas and during sacrifices for the satisfaction of the Supreme. Tasmad Om ityudaritya yajna dana tapah kriyaha pravartante vidhanoktaha satatam brahmavadinam. Therefore, transcendentalists undertaking performances of sacrifice, charity and penance in accordance with scriptural regulations begin always with Om to attain the Supreme. Taditya nabhisandhaya phalam yajna tapaha kriya dana kriyascha vividha kriyante moksha kanchibhi. Without desiring fruitive results, one should perform various kinds of sacrifice, penance and charity with the word Tat. The purpose of such transcendental activities is to get free from material entanglement. Sadbhave sadhubhave cha saditye tat prayujyate prasaste karmani tatha sachabdah parthayujyate yajne tapasi dane cha sthiti saditi chocyate karma chaiva tadarthiyam sadityevabhidhiyate. The absolute truth is the objective of devotional sacrifice and it is indicated by the word Sat. The performer of such sacrifice is also called Sat, as are all works of sacrifice, penance and charity which, true to the absolute nature, are performed to please the Supreme Person, O son of Pritha. Ashraddhaya hutam dattam tapastaptam krutam cha yat asadityuchite partha na cha tatpretya no iha. Anything done as sacrifice, charity or penance without faith in the Supreme, O son of Pritha, is impermanent. It is called asat and is useless both in this life and the next. Arjuna Sanyasasya Mahabhaho Tattvamicchami Veditum Tyagasya cha Rishikesha Prathak Keshini Sudan. Arjuna said, O mighty armed one, I wish to understand the purpose of renunciation, tyaga, and of the renounced order of life, sannyasa, O killer of the Kesi demon, master of the senses. Shri Bhagavan Vach Kamyanam Karmanam Nyasam Sannyasam Kavayo Viduh Sarva Karma Phala Tyagam Prahustyagam Vichakshana. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, the giving up of activities that are based on material desire is what great learned men call the renounced order of life, sannyasa, and giving up the results of all activities is what the wise call renunciation, tyaga. Tyajam doshavadityeke karma prahurmanishinaha yajna dana tapaha karma na tyajyamiti chapare. Some learned men declare that all kinds of fruitive activities should be given up as faulty, yet another sages maintain that acts of sacrifice, charity, and penance should never be abandoned. Nishchayam shanu me tatra tyage bharat sattama tyago hi purusha vyagra trividha samprakrititha. O best of the Bharatas, now hear my judgment about renunciation. O tiger among men, renunciation is declared in the scriptures to be of three kinds. Yajna dana tapaha karma na tyajyam karyameva tat yajno danam tapaschaiva pavanani manishinam. Acts of sacrifice, charity and penance are not to be given up. They must be performed. Indeed, sacrifice, charity and penance purify even the great souls. Etanyapi tu karmani sangatyaktva phalani cha kartavyani me partha nishchitam matamuttamam. All these activities should be performed without attachment or any expectation of result. They should be performed as a matter of duty, O son of Pritha. That is my final opinion. Niyatasya tu sannyasah karmano nopapadyate mohatasya parityagah tamasah parikirtitah. Prescribed duties should never be renounced. If one gives up his prescribed duties because of illusion, such renunciation is said to be in the mode of ignorance. Dukkha-mityeva yat karma kaya klesha bhayatyajet sakrutva rajasam tyagam naiva tyaga phalam labhet. Anyone who gives up prescribed duties as troublesome or out of fear of bodily discomfort is said to have renounced in the mode of passion. Such action never leads to the elevation of renunciation. Karyamityeva yat karma niyatam kriyate Arjuna sangatyaktva phalam chaiva satyaga satviko mata. O Arjuna, when one performs his prescribed duty only because it ought to be done and renounces all material association and all attachment to the fruit, his renunciation is said to be in the mode of goodness. Na dveshtya kushalam karma kushale nanusajjate त्यागी सत्व समाविष्टो मेधावी छिन्न संशय. The intelligent renouncer, situated in the mode of goodness, neither hateful of inauspicious work nor attached to auspicious work, has no doubts about work. Nahi deha bhrata sakyam त्यक्तुं कर्माण्यशेषतः यस्तु कर्मफलत्यागी स त्यागीत्यभिधीयते. It is indeed impossible for an embodied being to give up all activities, but he who renounces the fruits of action is called one who has truly renounced. अनिष्टमिष्टं मिश्रं च त्रिविधं कर्मणः फलं भवत्यत्यागिनां प्रेत्य न तु सन्यासिनां क्वचित्. For one who is not renounced the threefold fruits of action, desirable, undesirable, and mixed, occur after death, but those who are in the renounced order of life have no such result to suffer or enjoy. Panchitani mahabaho karanani nibodh me sankhye krutante proktani siddhaye sarva karmanam. O mighty armed Arjuna, according to the Vedanta, there are 5 causes for the accomplishment of all action. Now learn of these from me. Adhishthanam tatha karta karanam cha prathagvidham vividhascha prathak cheshta daivam chaivatra panchamam. The place of action, the body, the performer, the various senses, the many different kinds of endeavor, and ultimately the super soul. These are the 5 factors of action. Shariravan manobhiryat karma prarabhate narha nyayam va viparitam va panchete tasya hetava. Whatever right or wrong action a man performs by body, mind or speech is caused by these 5 factors. Tatrevam sati kartaram atmanam kevalam tu yah pashyatya krita buddhitvana na sa pashyati durmati. Therefore, one who thinks himself the only doer, not considering the 5 factors, is certainly not very intelligent and cannot see things as they are. Yasya naham krito bhavo buddhiryasya na lipyate hatvapi sa iman lokan nahanti na nibadhyate. One who is not motivated by false ego whose intelligence is not entangled, though he kills men in this world, does not kill, nor is he bound by his actions. Jnanam gneyam parignata trividha karma chodana karanam karma karteti trividha karma sangraha. Knowledge, the object of knowledge, and the knower are the three factors that motivate action. The senses, the work and the doer are the three constituents of action. Jnanam karma cha karta cha tridheva guna bhedataha projyate guna sankhyane yatha vrachonutanapi. According to the three different modes of material nature, there are three kinds of knowledge, action and performer of action. Now hear of them from me. Sarva bhutesu yainekam bhavamyayamikshate avibhaktam vibhaktesu tajjnanam vidhi satvikam. That knowledge by which one undivided spiritual nature is seen in all living entities, though they are divided into innumerable forms, you should understand to be in the mode of goodness. Prathaktvena tu yajjnanam nana bhavan prathak vidhan vetti sarvesu bhutesu tajjnanam vidhi rajasam. That knowledge by which one sees that in every different body there is a different type of living entity, you should understand to be in the mode of passion. Yattu krishnavade kasmin karye saktamahetukam attvarthavadalpam cha tattama samudaritam. And that knowledge by which one is attached to one kind of work as the all in all, without knowledge of the truth, and which is very meager, is said to be in the mode of darkness. Niyatam sangarahitam aragadveshataha kratam afala prepsuna karma yattat satvikam uchyate. That action which is regulated and which is performed without attachment, without love or hatred, and without desire for fruitive results, is said to be in the mode of goodness. Yattu kamepsu na karma sahamkarin va punha kriyate bahulayasam tadrajasamudaritam. But action performed with great effort by one seeking to gratify his desires and enacted from a sense of false ego is called action in the mode of passion. Anubandham chayam hinsam anapeksha cha paurusham mohadarabhyate karma yattat samasamuchyate. That action performed in illusion, in disregard of scriptural injunctions, and without concern for future bondage or for violence or distress caused to others, is said to be in the mode of ignorance. Mukta sango naham vadi dhrityutsaha samanvidha siddhaya siddhayo nirvikara karta satvika uchyate. One who performs his duty without association with the modes of material nature, without false ego, with great determination and enthusiasm, and without wavering in the success or failure is said to be a worker in the mode of goodness. Ragi karma phala prepsur lubdho हिंसात्मको शुचिः हर्षशोकान्वितः कर्ता राजसः परिकीर्तितः. The worker who is attached to work and the fruits of work, desiring to enjoy those fruits, and who is greedy, always envious, impure, and moved by joy and sorrow, is said to be in the mode of passion. Ayuktah prakritah stabdha shato nishkriti kolasah vishadi dirgha sutri cha karta tamsa uchyate. The worker who is always engaged in work against the injunctions of the scripture, who is materialistic, obstinate, cheating and expert in insulting others, and who is lazy, always morose and procrastinating, is said to be a worker in the mode of ignorance. Buddhir bhedam dhrateshchaiva gunastrividham shanu prochyamanam asheshena prathaktvena dhananjaya. O winner of wealth, now please listen as I tell you in detail of the different kinds of understanding and determination according to the three modes of material nature. Pravrittim cha nivrittim cha karya karye bhaya bhaye bandham moksham cha ya vetti buddhi sapartha satviki. O son of Pratha, that understanding by which one knows what ought to be done and what ought not to be done, what is to be feared and what is not to be feared, what is binding and what is liberating, is in the mode of goodness. Yaya dharmam adharmam cha karyam cha karyameva cha ayatha vrat prajanati buddhi sapartha rajasi. O son of Pratha, that understanding which cannot distinguish between religion and irreligion, between action that should be done and action that should not be done, is in the mode of passion. Adharmam dharmamitiya manyate tamasavrata sarvarthan viparitanscha buddhi sapartha tamasi. That understanding which considers irreligion to be religion and religion to be irreligion under the spell of illusion and darkness, and strives always in the wrong direction, O Partha, is in the mode of ignorance. Dhratya yaya dharyate manaha pranendriya kriya yogena vyabhicharinya dhratiha sapartha satviki. O son of Pratha, that determination which is unbreakable, which is sustained with steadfastness by yoga practice, and which thus controls the activities of the mind, life and senses, is determination in the mode of goodness. Yaya tu dharma kamarthan dhratya dharyate Arjuna prasangena phalakankshi dhratiha sapartha rajasi. But that determination by which one holds fast to fruitive results in religion, economic development and sense gratification is of the nature of passion, O Arjuna. Yaya swapnam bhayam sokam vishadam madameva cha na vimunchati durmedha Dhratiha sa partha tamasi, and that determination which cannot go beyond dreaming, fearfulness, lamentation, moroseness, and illusion, such unintelligent determination, O son of Pratha, is in the mode of darkness. Sukham tvidanim trividham shranu me bharatarshava abhyasad ramate yatra dukkhantam cha nigacchati. O best of the Bharatas, now please hear from me about the three kinds of happiness by which the conditioned soul enjoys and by which he sometimes comes to the end of all distress. Yatatadakre vishamiva pariname mritopamam tat sukham satvikam proktam atma buddhi prasadajam. That which in the beginning may be just like poison, but at the end is just like nectar, and which awakens one to self-realization, is said to be happiness in the mode of goodness. Vishayendriya sanyogad yattadagre amritopamam pariname vishamiva tatsukham rajasam smratam. That happiness which is derived from contact of the senses with their objects and which appears like nectar at first but poison at the end, is said to be of the nature of passion. Yadakre stanubandhe cha sukham mohanamatmanha nidralasya pramadotham tatatama samudaratam. And that happiness which is blind to self-realization, which is delusion from beginning to end, and which arises from sleep, laziness, and illusion, is said to be of the nature of ignorance. Na tadasti prithvyam va divi devesu va punah sattvam prakriti jair muktam yadebhiha syat tribhir. There is no being existing either here or among the demigods in the higher planetary systems which is freed from these three modes born of material nature. Brahmana Kshatriya Visham Shudranam cha parantapa karmani pravibhaktani swabhava prabhaver gune. Brahmans, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas and Sudras are distinguished by the qualities born of their own natures in accordance with the material modes. O sister of the enemy, Shamodamastapaha saucham Chantirarjavameva cha Jnanam Vijnanamastikhyam Brahma Karma Swabhavajam. Peacefulness, self-control, austerity, purity, tolerance, honesty, knowledge, wisdom and religiousness, these are the natural qualities by which the Brahmans work. Shauryam tejo dhritirdakshyam yuddhe chapya palayanam danameshwara bhavascha Chatram karma swabhavajam. Heroism, power, determination, resourcefulness, courage in battle, generosity and leadership are the natural qualities of work for the Kshatriyas. Krushi gorakshya vanijyam vaishya karma swabhavajam paricharyatmakam karma Sudrashapi Swabhavajam. Farming, cow protection and business are the natural work for the Vaishyas, and for the Sudras there are labor and service to others. स्वे स्वे कर्मण्यभिरतः संसिद्धिं लभते नरः सर्वकर्मनिरतः सिद्धिं यथा विन्दति तच्छृणु. By following his qualities of work, every man can become perfect. Now please hear from me how this can be done. यतः प्रवृत्तिर्भूतानां येन सर्वमिदं ततं स्वकर्मणा तमभ्यर्च्य सिद्धिं विन्दति मानवः. By worship of the Lord, who is the source of all beings and who is all-pervading, a man can attain perfection through performing his own work. Shreyan swadharmo vigunaha paradharmat swanushtitat swabhavaniyatam karma kurvannapnoti kilbisham. It is better to engage in one's own occupation, even though one may perform it imperfectly, than to accept another's occupation and perform it perfectly. Duties prescribed according to one's nature are never affected by sinful reactions. Sahajam karma kaunteya sadoshamapi na tyajet sarvarambha hi doshena dhumenagniririvavratah. Every endeavor is covered by some fault, just as fire is covered by smoke. Therefore, one should not give up the work born of his nature. O son of Kunti, even if such work is full of fault. Asakta buddhi sarvatra jitatma vigatasparha neskarmya siddhim paramam sanyasenadhigacchati. One who is self-controlled and unattached and who disregards all material enjoyments can obtain by practice of renunciation the highest perfect stage of freedom from reaction. Siddhim prapto yatha brahma tathapnoti nibodha me समासेनैव कौन्तेय निष्ठा ज्ञानस्य या परा. O son of Kunti, learn from me how one has achieved this perfection can attain to the supreme perfectional stage, Brahman, the stage of highest knowledge, by acting in the way I shall now summarize. बुद्धया विशुद्धया युक्तो धृत्यात्मानं नियम्य च शब्दादीन् विषयान् त्यक्त्वा रागद्वेषो व्युदस्य च विविक्तसेवी लघ्वासी यतवाक्काय मानसः ध्यानयोगपरो नित्यं वैराग्यं समुपाश्रितः. अहंकारं बलं दर्पं कामं क्रोधं परिग्रहं विमुच्य निर्ममः शान्तो ब्रह्मभूयाय कल्पते. Being purified by his intelligence and controlling the mind with determination, giving up the objects of sense gratification, being freed from attachment and hatred, one who lives in a secluded place, who eats little, who controls his body, mind and power of speech, who is always in trance and who is detached, free from false ego, false strength, false pride, lust, anger and acceptance of material things, free from false proprietorship and peaceful, such a person is certainly elevated to the position of self-realization. Brahma bhutaha prasannatma na sochati na kankshati समः सर्वेषु भूतेषु मद्भक्तिं लभते पराम्. One who is thus transcendentally situated at once realizes the Supreme Brahman and becomes fully joyful. He never laments or desires to have anything. He is equally disposed toward every living entity. In that state, he attains pure devotional service unto me. Bhaktaya mam bhijanati yavanya chasmi tatvatah tato mam tatvato gnatva vishate tadantaram. One can understand me as I am, as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, only by devotional service, and when one is in full consciousness of me by such devotion, he can enter into the kingdom of God. Sarva karmanyapi sada kurvano madvyapashaya mat prasadadavapnoti sashvatam padam vyayam. Though engaged in all kinds of activities, my pure devotee under my protection reaches the eternal and imperishable abode by my grace. Chetasa sarva karmani mai sanyasya matparha buddhi yogamupashritya machitaha satatam bhava. In all activities, just depend upon me and work always under my protection. In such devotional service, be fully conscious of me. Machitaha sarva durgani mat prasadat tarishyasi atha chetatvam ahankaran na shroshyasi vinamshyasi. If you become conscious of me, you will pass over all the obstacles of conditioned life by my grace. If, however, you do not work in such consciousness but act through false ego, not hearing me, you will be lost. Yadahankaram ashritya nayotsya iti manyase mithyesa vyavasayaste prakritistvam niyokshati. If you do not act according to my direction and do not fight, then you will be falsely directed. By your nature, you will have to be engaged in warfare. Swabhavajena kaunteya nibaddha svena karmana kartum nekshasi yanmohat karishyasya vasopitat. Under illusion, you are now declining to act according to my direction, but compelled by the work born of your own nature, you will act all the same, O son of Kunti. Ishwarha sarva bhutanam hridesherjuna tisthati Brahmayan sarva bhutani yantra rudani mayaya. The Supreme Lord is situated in everyone's heart, O Arjuna, and is directing the wanderings of all living entities who are seated as on a machine made of the material energy. Tameva sharanam gaccha sarva bhavena bharata tat prasadat param shantim sthanam prapshyasi shashvatam. O Scion of Bharata, surrender unto him utterly. By his grace, you will attain transcendental peace and the supreme and eternal abode. Iti te jnanamakyatam guhyada guhyataram maya vimrashyeta dasheshena yathechasi tatha kuru. Thus I have explained to you knowledge still more confidential. Deliberate on this fully and then do what you wish to do. सर्वगुह्यतं भूयः शृणु मे परमं वचः इष्टोऽसि मे दृढमिति ततो वक्ष्यामि ते हितम्. Because you are my very dear friend, I am speaking to you my supreme instruction, the most confidential knowledge of all. Hear this from me, for it is for your benefit. Manmana bhava madbhakto madhyaji mam namaskuru mame veshyasi satyam te pratijane priyosi me. Always think of me, become my devotee, worship me and offer your homage unto me. Thus you will come to me without fail. I promise you this because you are my very dear friend. Sarva dharman parityajya mamekam sharanam vraja aham tvam sarva papebhyo mokshayishyami ma sucha. Abandon all varieties of religion and just surrender unto me. I shall deliver you from all sinful reactions. Do not fear. Idam tena tapaskaya na bhaktaya kadachana na cha shushushve vacham na cha mam yobhyasuyati. This confidential knowledge may never be explained to those who are not austere or devoted or engaged in devotional service, nor to one who is envious of me. Ya idam paramam guhyam madabhakteshu abhidhashyati bhaktim mayi param krutva mame veshyatya samshaya. For one who explains this supreme secret to the devotees, pure devotional service is guaranteed, and at the end he will come back to me. Na cha tasman manushyesu kaschin me priyakritamaha bhavita na cha me tasmada anyaha priyataro bhuvi. There is no servant in this world more dear to me than he, nor will there ever be one more dear. Adhyeshate cha ya imam dharmyam samvadamavayo jnana yagnena tenaham ishtah shamiti me mati. And I declare that he who studies this sacred conversation of ours worship me by his intelligence. Shraddhavanan suyascha shranuyadapi yo narha sopi muktaha subhalokan prapnuyat punya karmanam. And one who listens with faith and without envy becomes free from sinful reactions and attains to the auspicious planets where the pious dwell. Kachideta shrutam partha tvekagrena chetasa kachit jnana sammoha pranashtaste dhananjaya. O son of Pritha, O conqueror of wealth, have you heard this with an attentive mind? And are your ignorance and illusions now dispelled? Arjun uvach nashto moha smatirilabdha tvat prasadan maya chuta sthitosmi gata sandeha karishye vachanam tava. Arjuna said, My dear Krishna, O infallible one, my illusion is now gone. I have regained my memory by your mercy. I am now firm and free from doubt and am prepared to act according to your instructions. Sanjay Uvach Ityaham Vasudevasya पार्थस्य च महात्मनः संवादमिमं श्रोत्रम् अद्भुतं रोमहर्षणम्. Sanjaya said, "Thus have I heard the conversation of two great souls, Krishna and Arjuna, and so wonderful is that message that my hair is standing on end." Vyasa prasada shrutavana etad guhyamaham param yogam yogeshwarat krishnat sakshat kathiyatah swayam. By the mercy of Vyasa, I have heard these most confidential talks directly from the master of all mysticism, Krishna, who was speaking personally to Arjuna. Rajan sansmritya samvadamimam adbhutam keshavarjunayoh punyam rishyami cha muhurmuhu. O king, as I repeatedly recall this wondrous and holy dialogue between Krishna and Arjuna, I take pleasure being thrilled at every moment. Tacha sansmritya रूपमत्यद्भुतं हरे विस्मयो मे महान् राजन् ऋषयामि च पुनः पुनः. O king, as I remember the wonderful form of Lord Krishna, I am struck with wonder more and more, and I rejoice again and again. Yatra Yogeshwarah Krishna, Yatra Partho Dhanurdhara, Tatra Shri Vijayo Bhutir, Dhruva Nitir Matir Mama. Wherever there is Krishna, the master of all mystics, and wherever there is Arjuna, the supreme archer, there will also certainly be opulence, victory, extraordinary power, and morality. That is my opinion.